Hi, my name's Paula and I've lived here in Florence for nearly 18 years, and today I've got two stories. One I'll tell here in the beautiful Cascine, it's such a gorgeous day, and one I'll tell later. It's from a life that seems a thousand years away, when I used to live in Devon in the southwest of England, and I moved there for work, and it was like a new perspective in life. So first story is I just moved down, and a friend of mine came down from the southeast. I just lived outside of London beforehand, and I wanted to get to know the town that I moved to. So we decided to do a little pub crawl, because that's one of the best ways to see people and get to know a town. I went to one pub, it was great, really liked the beer, was excellent, but they started to play live music and I hadn't seen my mate for ages, so we decided to move to another pub. Now this pub had a fantastic jukebox, and we actually ended up staying there the whole night and not doing the pub crawl at all. Anyway, it came to about 10:30, and as we used to do in the southeast near London, you know, we used to go up to the bar and ask for a taxi, and they would ring up, or we had the numbers and we'd ring up ourselves. Anyway, obviously I didn't have a phone number there, so I asked at the bar. I said, oh yeah, here's the taxi number. So I went outside and I had a mobile, and I rang the phone and they didn't have any taxis. And I said, oh God, okay. I said, okay, so I went back inside and I asked the barman if they had another phone number. He said, oh yeah, this, and there was a little copper sign on the side of the bar. So yeah, try this number. So I went back outside again, and I phoned up and it rang. And the other end, I said, good evening. I said, oh hello, can I order a taxi? And the guy goes, oh, not quite right now, no my lover. And I said, oh, well, I don't need it for right now, but let's say at 11 o'clock, 11:30, would that be okay? Oh, I don't think so. And I said, well, any time at all? I mean, do you have any taxis? He said, oh, I don't think so. And I said, oh, so why is that? And he goes, well, we're a nursing home. Welcome to Devon.
E non ti prendo. Raccontami un po' la tua storia.
E allora, come io ho perso lavoro da un anno, diciamo un anno e un mese così, non lavoro, perché guardano chiuso il ristorante per colpa di coronavirus, purtroppo siamo in difficoltà. Ce l'ho due figli e sono in difficoltà per il momento, non c'è niente da dirlo, così e basta.
Raccontami da dove vieni, da quando sei arrivato.
Io vengo dall'Algeria, ce l'ho quasi 30 anni qua.
Sei arrivato 30 anni fa qui?
Sì.
Sempre a Firenze?
Dal 92.
Sempre a Firenze.
Sempre a Firenze.
E cosa hai fatto? Sei arrivato solo con la famiglia?
Sì, solo. Sei venuto solo?
Solo?
Sì. Regolari, tutti regolari, così poi ho fatto documenti qua. Ho venuto con il passaporto, il visto, capito? Forse quando ho perso il visto qua, dopo 3 mesi, poi è stato quasi 3 anni senza documenti, poi ho fatto la legge di 95, ho fatto documenti 95, poi da 95 fino ad ora sono regolari, capito?
Dove vivi?
Vivo qua a Firenze.
Sì, lo so, ma una casa?
Sì, vivo in una casa, sì.
Appartamento solo?
Prima sì, ora ce l'ho 2 figli e la moglie. Per la moglie e i bambini.
Sì. Tua moglie lavora?
No.
Non lavora. Ho capito. E vuoi aggiungere qualche cos'altro?
Basta così.
Basta così,
Sì.
ti ringrazio.
Ok, a lei.
Ciao.
You ask for a contribution, for words, for thoughts. I cannot write. I'm not good at expressing myself, but in my small way, I strongly desire to take my part. With great effort, I'm writing. I take leave of my usual evening of social networking. What pleasure it gives me as my pen slides across the page. Images on the TV screen disturb me little. We live in a world of confusion. I'm learning to switch off and live in my own little bubble. Words flow, perhaps senseless, but they give me comfort. Times recently have been different. Our reality has changed somewhat. Perspectives have narrowed, dimensions reduced. I look about me and realize how fortunate I am. I live in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I cycle past Santa Maria del Fiore every day, and each time I spy something new. At last we are beginning to understand that more is less. Together with a group of colleagues, I've spent the last 18 months in an extremely creative and positive way. We've put dedication and endless energy into an all-female artistic adventure. We are convinced that sharing and confrontation is our strength. We're determined to achieve our goals, and that acting together makes us stronger. In this same way, writing these few lines, I'm happy to add to your wonderful work of art, dear Marisa, with kind regards always.
Mi chiamo Claudio e la mia storia è come tante. Il Covid, coronavirus o pandemia ci ha portato via tante persone, ma non solo. Ci siamo trovati ad affrontare un periodo lungo dove ci è stata tolta la libertà di fare molte cose. Questo ci ha portato a pensare molto ed anche a scavare dentro di noi. È stato un periodo dove siamo dovuti stare chiusi in casa e dove le prime cose di cui ci siamo accorti sono state che il mondo viaggiava troppo veloce prima. Infatti ci è stato chiesto di fare sempre di più, ma siamo arrivati alla saturazione. L'uomo ha dei limiti in fondo e che abbiamo bisogno di contatto, stare con gli amici, condividere. Addirittura abbiamo creato comitive per cantare dai balconi e condividere qualcosa con gli altri vicino a noi. Perché? Perché in fondo l'uomo era fatto per stare in branco, no? Con il tempo, poi, la situazione sanitaria sembrava migliorasse e dalla forzata convivenza 24 ore su 24 è emerso che in fin dei conti quelli che avevano giurato finché morte non ci separi non dicevano poi veramente sul serio, e che andrà tutto bene lo si può dire a un bambino di 3 anni, non a una popolazione adulta. E poi, dopo aver sentito la predica dell'ennesima persona che ha però il suo stipendio garantito, verso chi ha perso cari, lavoro e molti soldi, siamo tornati ad essere gli individualisti di sempre. E, parer mio, probabilmente ad uscirne peggiori di come ne siamo entrati. E poi, non dimentichiamo, c'è da recuperare tutto il tempo in cui non abbiamo potuto produrre, correre, fare di più. Mi chiamo Claudio. Questa è la nostra storia e non ha un lieto fine. perché è già andato tutto a puttane, ma ancora non ce ne siamo accorti.
Una lettera da Panzano. Ebbero la mortadella, i minatori del Vardarno. Scriviamo da Panzano, ma oggi vogliamo sconfinare nel Valdarno superiore. Tanto il passo è breve. Siamo a uscio e bottega. La vicenda che rievochiamo fu sicuramente sofferta e condivisa da molti. Era il 1947, 70 anni fa, finita da poco la guerra. 2500 minatori cavavano ligniti dalle miniere del Valdarno. C'era da rinnovare il contratto con la proprietà, la SET Valdarno. I lavoratori si ritrovavano nei circoli, nelle case del popolo, nelle società di mutuo soccorso per discutere dei loro problemi. E fu giusto il 2 di febbraio, la candelora inizio di carnevale, che i minatori riuniti nel circolo di Castelnuovo dei Sabbioni, vista la difficile intesa, decisero di dare inizio allo scoppiero bianco. Scoppiero che terminò il 27 febbraio, fine del carnevale. Tra i cavatori indigeni ce n'erano anche di stranieri emiliani. Questi, tra due fette di pane, avevano spesso un salume profumato portato da casa, sconosciute ai locali, la mortadella. Quel profumino stuzzicava l'appetito, che non aveva certo bisogno di sollecitazione. E proprio la mortadella fu il motivo del contendere. Le richieste dei minatori. Passaggio alla seconda zona di contingenza, indennità di trasporto per chi abitava lontano, compenso per i lavoratori non a cottimo, una tuta e un paio di scarpe una volta l'anno, mezzo etto di formaggio e 2 fette di mortadella una volta al giorno. Rispose l'azienda. Indennità di trasporto 10 lire al giorno per i non cottimisti, tutte e scarpe sì, mortadella no. Niente da fare. Guerra. Inizio dello scoppiero bianco. I lavoratori ci rimettevano 200 lire al giorno, rinunciando all'indennità di cottimo, ma la società aveva solo 400 tonnellette di ligniti invece del 1800 consuete. C'era bisogno di produrre energia elettrica per la ricostruzione. Dicevano gli operai, la nostra paga più alta è di 700 lire al giorno per il lavoro più gravoso che esista. Ogni giorno per noi e la famiglia se ne va mezza paga per il pane al mercato nero. C'era ancora la tessera. Dateci almeno qualcosa da metterci dentro. Risposero gli industriali. Siete 2500. Mezzetto di salumi al giorno fanno 125 kg. Costa troppo. Discussioni, incontri agitati tra sindacalisti e incaricati aziendali, minacce, tempi burrascosi. Sarà infine il governo a mettere d'accordo le parti senza il minacciato intervento della polizia. Il 27 febbraio, con il carrello scesero nei pozzi primi 125 kg di mortadella. Evviva! La storia più toccante è quella della solidarietà dei circoli e dei lavoratori emiliani, che a conoscenza dell'avvertenza nel corso del sciopero avevano sostenuto i loro colleghi valdanesi con l'invio di mortadella. Quando 3 anni fa il sindaco di Caviglia, per la ripubblicazione del prezioso libretto Miniera, e Lo schiopero della mortadella di Luciano Banciardi e Romano Bilenchi, chiese a Dario Cecchini 2 righe di introduzione. Dario rispose: non ho nulla da aggiungere se non la mia ammirazione per quella gente. Miriam Serni Casalini, Come eravamo. It's 4 a.m. and I wake again. A black cat on my bed hisses at a black cat in my window. They are both new to me. They both want to call me home. I'm mistrustful. Which will be the first to scratch? In the end, it's a third black cat that bites under the table at a restaurant. It comes for petting and on the third stroke launches with a scratch and a cut of sharp teeth. It wants to remind me that it can, at any time, reassert its strength. I wonder if I might also scratch and bite when I sign the papers.
1986. It's 1986, and I had graduated a few years earlier from university with a degree in art history, and I thought, oh, maybe I need to add something to that for a total something. So I decided to go to Italy and study Italian. And I went to Italy to study Italian for maybe about 3 months. Finished that, went home, was briefly an art studio assistant. I kind of failed. I sent some of the beautiful prints flying to the floor one day when, by accident. And soon after that, they didn't need me anymore. It was like important stuff, important artists. Anyway, what are you gonna do? So after that, I was a little desperate, and a friend helped me find a waitressing job. And I waited tables as Little Red Riding Hood for about 1.5 years actually, which is another story. So at a certain point, a dear friend that I'd met studying in Italy, a beautiful woman named Lydia, called me up and said, I'm going back to Italy for the summer to see my Italian boyfriend. You want to come? And I said, absolutely, because Little Red Riding Hood was getting old. And so I took my savings and I quit my job and I moved out of my house and bought a round-trip ticket for as long as you could get a round-trip ticket, which was something like 3 months back then. So off I went with a little bit of a plan to study Italian as something to do each day instead of nothing to do each day. And so I was studying Italian, and I found a little apartment room in a little apartment, student budget, student life, student everything. Met a really nice guy, very sweet. Eventually what happened was, end of 3 months, it's time to fly home. And you don't recognize always when your life is pivoting. You don't recognize it. But my life pivoted the day that I called my parents and said, I'm just going to stay a little longer. I know it's crazy to waste a ticket. I've never not gotten on a plane that I had a ticket to ride on. But that's what I did. I didn't get on the plane. And that was sometime probably in July or August of 1986. And so August went by, September went by. I bought a car from my soon-to-be mother-in-law that I'd never seen her drive. I don't think she'd driven for years. I don't know who'd been driving this car, but then I was. Found another job, a little job. I stopped having money only go out when the feeling. When a friend found me a job where I was earning 20,000 lira a day. Okay, that's like about $12. The amount that I got paid to clean this tiny little nightclub on Bocca degli Albisi during the day, when even during the day, not a ray of sunshine filtered into this tiny nightclub, so that the cleaning job was very easy. I only had to make it smell good, which meant slushing and mopping the entire floor haphazardly with a lot of soap in the water, because no one could tell if it was clean or dirty, but you could smell if it smelled. Okay. Sloshing out the bathroom of a tiny nightclub. It's a good thing it was dark, so I couldn't see what I was doing. And going back later that day or the next day to collect my 20,000 lira, which was money in instead of money out. And that's an amazing thing when you turn that corner. So I had a guy, I had a place to live, I had a little job, and I found a few more little jobs over the next 30 years, one on top of the other. And I forgot about going home. And one day, the postman rang the doorbell, very strange, and it was a telegram. It was a telegram from home. And it was the first and only time I'd ever gotten a telegram in my life. I think maybe congratulations for getting married, but this was a first for me. And it was 2 words: call home. Call home is tanta roba to get in a telegram. But think about it. It's the days when there was no phone, there was no cell phone, there were... How could my parents find me except that way? So I passed a very, very worried couple of hours until it was like 5 in the morning, and I thought I could catch them at 5 in the morning and say, "Oh my God, what's going on?" And my dad said, "Oh, Kim, thank you so much for calling. We're so excited. Your brother's getting married. We want to bring you home." Right? Yeah. So at that point, then it was October, I think. The next plane ticket I bought was Italy, California, Italy. And that was it. My life had, my world had changed axis. And here I am. Still. The luckiest woman in the world.
Cristina Felecci.
Sì, ciao, raccontami un po' la tua storia.
Volevo raccontare, l'anno scorso io lavoravo al ristorante, ho cominciato a gennaio e il contratto allungava, poi in marzo ho cancellato perché è cominciato il coronavirus e l'ho distrutto tutto e non potevo fare più il contratto perché non c'era, il ristorante è stato chiuso e ancora non è aperto. Quest'anno ancora non niente, io sto cercando in giro al ristorante almeno 3-4 ore al giorno, 5, perché c'è la bambina. Sono sola con lei e non trovo niente ancora. Paghiamo affitto, luce, gas, è troppo sacrificio per fare queste cose, che non si trova niente. Almeno orari che c'è la bambina 8 anni, manda alla scuola, poi come lavorava il contratto chiamato mi andava bene. E guardiamo quest'anno che arriva qualcosa, che arrivano i turisti, perché noi si lavorava con le scuole, lavoravano con dei ragazzi, studenti. Per ora non c'è niente e speriamo che il virus va via, crociamo le dita e cominciamo a lavorare qualcosa, perché così non può andare avanti.
In quale ristorante eri?
E lavorava in centro, via Civitori.
E di dove sei te?
Io sono di Albania.
Albania. E cosa avevi studiato prima di venire qua?
Prima studiavo normale, lavoravo in casa, casalinga.
No, ma lo studi che avevi fatto, cosa avevi fatto?
Studio normale.
Normale, ho capito. Va bene, allora.
Grazie.
Capito. Ciao, grazie a te.
Grazie.
Whenever anyone asks me what I love so much about Florence, my response hands down is not a monument, not the Arno, not the gelato, not the food, but simply a human being who goes by the name of two simple words, Toto Dinamite. Well, I suppose I'm not telling the full truth here. He's also known as the Angeli della Città, which I just so happen to agree with. He is the curator, caretaker, party host, and soul-keeper of Piazza delle Cure's underpass, who always knows how to tell you the right thing at the right time, ranging from the sacred to the profane. One day he stopped me and asked me the answer to a riddle. Qual è la differenza tra un maiale e un suino? I said, non lo so, ma c'è una differenza. He started laughing and busted out speak laughing. Non c'è una differenza. I gave him the stink eye, annoyed at being fooled by his trick question, but gave into a loud roar of laughter heard throughout the underpass. Another day, when I really needed some serious advice, and he didn't even know it, he came up to me and told me in a very theatrical, palermitano way, la cosa più importante della vita è respiro. It was the first Friday of lockdown in March of 2020, and we had no idea how much work we'd have over the next unknown period of looming uncertainty. Not knowing if it would be 2 weeks, much like everyone wanted to think it would take to return to the by now mythically glorified normality or normalcy to which we had all heard of our potential return, or if it would be 2 months, 8 months, 2 years, or ever. And the only thing that was absolutely, positively, irrefutably certain was that we were seeding ourselves into a yawning, abysmal period of uncertainty, and that we would simply just have to live, or, as would become a trending lexical choice some few months into it all, to coexist with it. The lack of certainty and the stabilizzazione of profound instability. We had gotten through the week, and that arrived with a wholly distinct feeling of accomplishment, as though it were a fucking milestone in and of itself. Lockdown was officially declared on Monday evening, and the week had proceeded with dragging slowness and preoccupation on as many fronts as possible, from work disappearing to health concerns to the incoming fusillade of inquiries from friends and families in countries not yet touched by the disfiguring situation. And so Friday, with the approaching notion of a weekend, which clearly no longer had any meaning, considering it was basically all one enormous weekend at that point, although a weekend gutted and eviscerated of the joy with which we had always traditionally understood it, contained with it at least the semblance of a pause, a break in the anguish, a stalling period of suspension in which we could feign the acrobatics of joyful normality, if only to say that we could remember it, more or less, like sitting inside of a burning train car that was continuing to plough along the tracks and sticking your head outside the window to breathe fresh air, only before knowing that you were going to pull said head back into the aforementioned burning train car, because that, for now, was life. My wife was slightly sick. With what precisely we didn't know and would never know, but she'd been coughing and had a sore throat after having returned from Sicily at the end of February after a month-long art residency, and I had already taken on a minor form of her symptoms. And whether they were sympathy symptoms, sympathy pains as we call them, or a genuine symptomatic response, will forever remain unknown. And so to say that we weren't already feeling a bit uneasy, preoccupied, generally unwell, scared, and estranged from everything would amount to myotic trivialization of the entire night and the burgeoning state of emotional breakdown caused by the restrictions and realities of that first week. But there we were, feeling just relieved that the first 5 grinding days had finished without too many complications, happy to be beginning the preparation of the night's dinner, to be pouring a glass of wine for my wife, while I began the sofrito of garlic, onion, and carrots. Then a phone call arrived to my wife's phone from a friend who lived in the same building as us, who was living alone in an apartment above us, whose window was open but whose lights were off, who was scared and going through everything all at once like so many of us. And she was calling urgently because she wasn't feeling well and she needed someone to check on her and was in general feeling horrid without specifying exactly what that entailed. At that point, everything sped up to blurry levels, and that way things do when panic kicks in and the thrush of anxiety and anguish and fear seize the nervous system's most sensitive nodules and your vision starts to change. Our neighbour was pale, couldn't move, couldn't get up, wasn't eating, and needed help getting to the bathroom, but nothing else was known regarding fevers or coughs or anything else, and my wife had gone up there alone while I was preparing dinner in front of the stovetop in a state of utter paralysis, discomfiture, and anxiety. It was harrowing, to say the least. The hospitals were already full. Ambulances weren't coming unless absolutely necessary, and to get anyone on the phone required there to be distinctly flu-like symptoms of fever. So no one was coming to help or to do anything. And so everything came down to the three of us, all of us probably equally terrified and for different reasons. My wife was gone for about an hour inside the apartment I could see from our window. And as I cooked, I kept looking and looking again to see if the light had gone on, if anything had changed, if there was some way to understand what was happening without calling or bothering anyone. At that time, no one was wearing masks. No one really knew how to respond to this new unraveling of situations and scenarios, and everyone needed help in some way. And as I agitatedly stirred onions and garlic in the frying pan, all I could think of was the worst and most traumatic of situations. That our neighbour was sick and that we would get sick and that ambulances wouldn't come and that we'd never be quarantined and that we'd be separated from each other because an ambulance would have to be quarantined and an ambulance would come and someone or all of us would be positive or potentially positive and that it might be weeks or months before we could have seen each other again, or that it might be never, that a finality would come. Eventually I had to call to ask what was happening, to ask how she was, how they were, what I could do if she or they needed anything, money for the pharmacy, if she needed money to go somewhere, if I had to go to the pharmacy, a phone call to the medics, something, anything. And of course the answer was no, okay, yes, maybe, who knows, well, I don't know, well, maybe this, but just stop calling. But of course there was no answer in general about what to do because we're all on this on our own without any recourse and none of us knew shit. Again, the hospitals were full. The ambulances weren't coming. The emergency phone numbers were either busy or just kept ringing. It was too late for family doctors.
In times like these, struggle to believe. In times like these, gasping as we breathe. In times like these, separate as we grieve. In times like these, times like these, times like
Te sei più pratico di me, sicuro. Allora, se non vuoi farti vedere la faccia, sto in basso, come vuoi. Ecco, in basso. Allora, raccontami un po' come è successo e tu hai perso il tuo lavoro perché hai detto no.
2 anni fa era più tranquillo, era lavoro tranquillamente, no? E quando è avuto il Covid, il ristorante già chiuso, siamo persi il lavoro, senza lavoro, capito? Ora la difficoltà di pagare anche affitto e tutto, tutto quanto, rimasto senza lavoro, praticamente. Guarda che ci aiuteranno amici miei per mangiare, tutto quanto e basta, capito?
C'hai famiglia o sei solo?
Io da solo, però mia sorella pure uguale, lei c'ha famiglia, capito? Mia sorella è famiglia di
E vivete insieme?
Sì, sì, viviamo insieme.
Ma avete da pagare l'affitto?
Sì.
La sorella lavora?
No, pure anche lei è successo la stessa
Anche
cosa
lei.
con me, capito? Pure lei lavorava come un cameriere al ristorante vicino a Piazza Duomo, uguale.
Avete dei bambini?
Per mia sorella sì, per me no, perché mia famiglia è stazionata.
Ok. Io ti ringrazio, scusami. Va bene? Grazie tanto.
Va bene, sì, grazie. Ok.
No, se vuoi aggiungere qualcosa.
No, niente, sì, no, basta. Di cosa più fare. Grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
I've been sitting in my studio for the last day thinking about what I wanted to say for your project. And I think that I've found the meat of this last year for me. Because when I was with you yesterday, it was so easy to talk and so easy to tell, and the communication flowed so brilliantly. But then, when I'm home and I'm in my studio and my creative space, nothing comes up. It's like an empty void. And so, when I was meditating on your remember to listen, it's a lot of listening. But it's not even really remembering, it's kind of, this last year has been really visceral and in the moment. And usually I communicate with the world, I talk. I love meeting people, and I love understanding people, and I love questioning people, and I love instigating people, and I love reacting with people. And none of that has happened. It's been a year of just blankness. And so the only thing that was left for the last 9 months to a year was having a discussion with the city and being grateful, extremely grateful for this place that I have in the world, and being grateful that the city has presented me with lots of opportunities to be participatory, but in a passive way. Just walking and imbibing everything that was around me, everything that was created. 1,000 years, 1,200 years of creation, of humans working together to make something beautiful, to make something new, but still built on something that was already there, and lots of little magic moments, but all tinged with a melancholy. And for someone like me, it's been really, I like to plan, I like to be really concise and consistent, and having the culmination of 8 years of work that was just right at my grasp to be taken apart, and sort of this obligation of defeat, but always reminding myself to have faith that going forward, the seeds of those successes in the future are in that defeat, and being conscious of it, and being proactive, and not resting on my laurels just because I can. So I hope that was as concise and a full explanation that I could give for that body of work and what I was feeling when I was creating it.
Again, the hospitals were full. The ambulances weren't coming. The emergency phone numbers were either busy or just kept ringing. It was too late for family doctors, and the only way you'd get medical attention was if you were demonstrating clear, viral, febrile concerns, and this was our moment to manage all on our own, as though any of us knew what we were doing. And the psychic velocity of time and its rapid increase was such that there simply wasn't an opportunity to even discuss what to do, how to do it, or anything other than just acting, doing, and behaving with the only advice available coming straight from the stomach lining. This is the kind of phrase that gets overused, but I genuinely don't think I've ever been more afraid in all my life about what was going to happen. What could have happened if we were sick, or if our neighbour was sick, and then we'd get sick, if the medics would be coming soon, terrified at the idea of being separated during a time like that, or the idea of loss and losing in that period, the general situation in which you truly refuse to accept reality. You refuse its concretion, you refuse the glyphs of its facts and the stubbornness of its implacability, and you just squeeze your temples and repeat the word no over and over again as though it could make a dent. The onions were burning. The recipe was losing any sense of coherency. It was getting later. The garlic had done its job, garlicizing the oil, and I was sitting on the cutting board, and it was sitting on the cutting board ready to be eaten, but there was no one to eat it. And the flames of the stove just continued fuming, while we were all simultaneously falling apart into tiny particles, doing everything we could to keep each and every one of us standing, or if not standing, then at least prostrate, and lying down but still breathing. Our neighbour needed help nevertheless, and she couldn't get to the bathroom to pee, and needed someone to help her walk and to talk to her as she underwent a wave of weakness and panic, during which she needed the voice and presence of another person to keep her present, and keep her from fainting, and calm her nerves. Someone she trusted while she expressed her fears and uncertainties, not being able to see her family, losing the job she'd had, not knowing when she'd get it back, spending this spectre of imminent upcoming isolation all alone and getting older at the same time. And there was no other alternative. And since none of us knew of any possibility at the time, and above all because there weren't any, we did what we had to do and what people in this city and in the neighbourhood of Le Courre do and have always done, and that's take care of each other, accepting the risks and going forward and doing it. Most especially at a time when it felt like the floor, the walls, the roads, the infrastructure, the norms, the rules, the societal expectations, the daily performances of identity and who you are-ness, and the there-ness in being and the being in there-ness of everything from before had fallen out from under our feet, and were refusing to give any indication regarding when, if ever, and how, if in any shape or format, they would all return to the way in which we had all gotten so sclerotically used. We reach out our hands here, and we do it with genuine intent and love, and we keep an eye on each other, and we help each other, and we take holistically and highly seriously the well-being of those about whom we care, and all the many people living here that we have the fortune to love. First of all, thank you for all the support and attention you give to Florence and to its art and artisans. I too am a struggling artisan in the Oltrarno. I am the firstborn of Italian immigrants to Canada and returned to live here in 1988. First I lived in Bologna, but moved down to Florence, returning to my maternal roots in 2006. So I've lived most of my life here in Italy. I have a degree in law from the University of Bologna, but dedicated myself to raising my 2 children and my first husband's career. My life took a change of direction when I moved away from Bologna after my separation with my 2 children, and I started my own business with my own fashion brand in 2009. I struggled first with the world economic crisis of those years, and when just a little more brightness was on the horizon, COVID hit. My fashion accessories are made by hand here in my workshop, which is under my shop in Strucciolo de Pitti 22 Oare, and I'm trying to promote the uniqueness of the Oltrarno with its artisans and with its heritage, not as much in the spotlight as the better half of Florence. With the guidance of CNA and a professional video maker, we've made a short video that talks about Palazzo Pitti, the Medici, Strucciolo de Pitti, and my shop as the first of what we hope will become a series of videos that will promote more and more the authentic artisan corners of Florence and the Oltrarno and their stories. We were both foreigners walking the streets of Florence one night. The only difference was that I was a woman and he was a man. I looked in his eyes and I saw hatred and fury. His culture told him that I should be covered from head to toe. His culture told him that I had no right to walk the streets freely. As he came closer and closer to me, I understood that he wanted to hurt me. He was angry, enraged, I could feel it. It was so very visceral. I wondered if I was going to reach my home that evening, just a block away. I understood a physical battle was about to ensue, and indeed it did. He attacked me and we fought. I kicked, I punched, and we struggled. I screamed so loud that I didn't recognize my own voice. People began to hear my screams. They opened their windows, turned on their lights, and the man full of hatred fled. I couldn't feel my body, but I witnessed a long laceration running down my left upper arm. I looked at the blood without feeling. I merely observed the damage done to my outer shell that would heal on its own with time. It was the healing of my psyche and soul that would be the true feat. Later there would be questions of why I was walking home alone, comments that it was too late for me, a woman, to be out, and questions as to if I'd been drinking wine that evening. The blaming and shaming that occurs when a survivor is assaulted is tremendously problematic on a global level, and it must stop. The questions that should have been asked were, why is this man so full of hatred? Why does misogyny continue to run so deep? And why wouldn't the police arrest the hateful man, despite knowing where he was, and that I was one of the many that had survived his attacks? See this? This is you sometimes. He said that one should never touch light bulbs because oil from our fingertips makes them shatter. I imagined my skin as an incandescent fever, with Sean's fingerprints complementing its eggshell curves. Inside, the filament that burns too late and too long, that can only be touched once it's broken. Sean reaches into me and replaces my spirit's filament, fragile as a moth's antenna, recklessly attracted to bright, burning things. I've always been a superachiever. I think hoping to achieve some recognition and love from my parents. Recognition and love that never came, no matter how many A's that I got, or even that I was the first person in my high school to skip a grade. Being a superachiever was a good training ground, though, to master superachieving, covering up the abuse.
Via delle Caldaie. We should be forever cured of our romanticism, were we willing, in order to think of the one we love, to try to be the person we shall be once we no longer love them. Marcel Proust, Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm walking through Florence in the rain again. The dove gray of the sky and the muddy battleship gray of the streets and rusticated first floor facades of the imposing urban palazzi swallow everything. The grays blend to overwhelm the fading beige whitewash of the building's upper stories, the deep green shutters, glossy and dripping, and the rain-spattered signage above the shops. Shielding my eyes from the droplets, the city becomes a washed-out blur of non-color. On days like these, you're damp even before the rain lands on you. The moisture settles on your head and shoulders from out of the misty air. It's not even that cold, so walking, you're sweaty too. I'm wet inside and out of my unseasonable clothes. This has happened to me so many times before. I'm remembering 2 nights ago. They were sitting 3 across on the bench at the cocktail bar, La Mulino, our mutual female friend, the crush herself, and my visiting male friend. This bar is, appropriately, on a corner, at the mouth of the Via delle Caldaie, just off of the Piazza Santo Spirito, in Florence's long-standing Bohemian neighborhood. The scene is centered in the large tree-filled piazza in front of a cavernous church without a facade. All summer long, the cafes and the restaurants of the square spill out across the cobblestones. Tourists, drunkards, and teenagers sit on the steps going up to the church, or cluster around the fountain in the center of the piazza and drink, smoke, eat pizza, and flirt. Often there's a dude with an acoustic guitar or a strolling Roman band. After getting the drinks, I end up standing on the narrow sidewalk of the Via delle Caldaie, looking into the bar on the corner through the wide-open French doors at my 3 friends, mildly jealous that my visiting male friend has taken the seat next to the crush, and that they're all scrunched together in order to fit into the tiny bench, while I stand on the other side of the table watching them through the door frame. It's like they're putting on a puppet show from their bench for me. The crush. I know the name doesn't do her justice, but what else can I call her? I'm way too old for this, I tell myself, and yet, ellipsis, she had said that morning, ampersand, in her melodic and charming West Australian accent, giving me a little tingle, a thrill at the tone and enunciation. For she's that nagging thought one, an amber glow in the pit of my gut, the rush and stomach punch I felt when I walked into the Tasso Hotel this morning, where she's staying, after not having seen her for a day, and caught sight of the back of her head waiting for me. I've been crushed. No other word will do. You're like a little cookie cut out of me, she texted yesterday, apropos of our feelings about her mutual female friend, the one on the crush's right on the bench up against the wall at Langolino. Over the cocktails, it comes up that my visiting male friend knows my first ex-wife. Maybe the crush had been speaking of her own soon-to-be ex, or our mutual female friend had been chiding the crush about her failed marriage, or the ladies had been charting my relationship to the visiting male friend for context's sake, something like that. Bar talk. 2 spritzes and 2 glasses of Tuscan red, not Chianti. Never Chianti. Really, the crush and I favor whiskey sours, only one in a long series of mystical signs of our spiritual connectedness. Although I avoid the subject of Tarot, which she raises a couple of times during our 3 days together, because I'm frightened of what the future has in store for me. I really don't want to know anything about it. I joined the conversation then, looking along the street, remembering for the first time, maybe without heartache, and telling the 3 bench warmers that I walked across Florence in the rain and came here, to this street, the day I ended my first marriage and effectively began my second. I had a clandestine meeting with my lover at the bar down at the end of the block, where I used to like to sit in the afternoons and write. Recounting this, I looked down the street at the bar in question. The place is now rather raucous in the evenings and has been called Caffè Notte. 20 years ago, when I came here to tell my future second wife that I sent my first wife back to New York, it was nondescript and nameless. This street, that day, I continue, lost in describing the memory, was a mannerist miracle. The thunderhead hovering over the city departed just as I entered the piazza. I remember the church looming at my back and the lovely gurgling fountain on my right shining when the clouds parted to reveal the gloriously glowing sun. This street, that day, was a wet, golden masterpiece of reflection and illumination, the perfect stage set for the opening of a new love story. I take a sip of my spritz and go on, still looking along the tunnel-like street. That morning, I had finally found the courage to admit to myself and to inform my first wife that I was through, that our marriage was over. I walked across Florence in the rain to meet she who was soon to become my second wife. My story over, I look back from the dark but noisy street at the bemused, embarrassed faces of my 3 benched listeners. There's no traffic, and Via delle Caldaie, which means hot pots, or water heater, or maybe boiler street, is peppered with smokers standing, drinks and cigarettes in hand between rain showers. It hasn't been too cold lately for the night crawlers to have abandoned the outdoor habits reacquired over the long summer just now passing. I survey the tumult of the outside tables at the Caffè Notte and Lola's restaurant down at the end of the block, a kind of event horizon suddenly, a watershed between my 2 failed marriages. Someone changes the subject. The crush continues to show more interest in my visiting male friend than me, and the evening remains emblematic of the bittersweet nature of the adolescent crush of a middle-aged man. I spent this morning biking across Florence in the rain. I had to pick up the crush at the Hotel Tasso to take her, at her own request, to see the church of Santa Croce. I tried to talk her into visiting the much more beautiful San Miniato up on the hillside with a terrific view of the city instead, and afterward to lunch at my favorite restaurant in the charming San Niccolò neighborhood. But she was having none of that. I guess she thought I was trying to turn the day into more of a date. Really, I only wanted to show her the Florence that I love best, just a little off to the side of the tourist hotspots. But our time together is not going to be about me, ever. She more than makes up for the disappointment and forced distances later, when, as we exit the Pazzi Chapel and walk into the misty air of the open cloister, she gives me the look. The one that rips directly through my skin like a hand, jerking something fleshy and warm out of my chest that I can only imagine to be the metaphoric heart of which medieval love poets sing. The heart that Beatrice in the dream that opens the Vita Nova devours. This is the crush's modus operandi. At every meal we spend together, she gobbles up everything the restaurant has to offer, particularly their most select and delicate meats. Garnishes are contemptuously cast aside. How can a woman who eats so much stay so slim? I ask. She puts it in her hair, our mutual female friend proclaims. Feel how thick it is. I do so, and it's as close as I ever come to a caress. All of this is alluring, charming, but inconclusive in a lover's search for emotional requital. Suspended, one grows egocentric and falls back on the Western literary tradition. In the writing, it is all about me and my suffering for your imaginary angelic image. I'm still walking across Florence in the rain, composing the story in my head. There's a chill in the air this afternoon, much more so than the morning I walked down the Via delle Caldaie to swing from wife number 1 to wife number 2. The gray of the sky and the street is not lighthearted today. It's more of a committed fuck you to the sun. It's also a presage of the winter months to come. I take the swing metaphor from the crush's current counselor. Counselor, I soon discover, is Australian for shrink. It's called the monkey complex. You pass from lover to lover like a chimp swinging from branch to branch through the trees. Every smart monkey knows not to let go of the previous branch until the next is firmly in hand. Otherwise, you might fall. I pretend I'm not afraid of falling, but given my past, it'd be pretty difficult to prove. Take this particular rainy day through which I'm walking, for instance, the third and final installment in a 3-day crush. I'm emotionally worn out, delighted to have been emotionally awakened, but also a tad bitter. I've only provided a little shoulder for the crush to lean on to help her through a particularly bad day with her breaking branch. Hence suffering, hence passion, hence the composition in the rain of this song of unrequited love and nostalgia for the budding romances of my youth. But I should be saying that I'm the one who's failed to requite, or maybe it's been a mutual agreement. Perhaps the whole thing had been an illusion on my part. At any rate, I've managed not to betray my faraway beloved in any way other than the penning of this tale. My faraway beloved's heart is the only one in this story to have any power in the way the plot works out. I've seen to its preservation with all due care. I've loved my faraway beloved for 7 years and have yet to feel an itch or an urge to seek emotional requital elsewhere until the crush's head rose up before me. My faraway beloved is precious, and I have refused to betray her by the usual cheater's tactic of simply avoiding to speak about her to the crush, by failing to tell the crush about our faraway long-distance relationship, or by not declaring that my feelings for the crush are any stronger than a harmless, well, crush. But harm is a relative word, for there's a dull ache in my heart in the rain as I walk across Florence. Might she have loved me back if I hadn't told her that I was taken? But I told her that I was taken as soon as I thought she might respond to my crush. That's where the double signals I gave the crush began, in my self-serving honesty. The crush, after all, can only be a transitory entity, an unlikely possibility without much weight in the real world, because I tell her about my faraway beloved and tell her that I don't want to betray the faraway beloved's trust, and also because the crush is, after all, only passing through. She's also too young for me, and besides, she's still only beginning to loosen her grip upon the rotting, breaking branch of a soon-to-be ex-boyfriend. The crush becomes, in my telling of it, a disarmingly earnest conversation during a day trip to Bologna, a series of semi-flirtatious text messages, and a woman I watch voraciously eat and drink in a series of tourist restaurants. The heaviest feature I allow her, here in the story, takes the form of a look, a gaze. It pierces something in me that even words can't quite manage to parry. I'm walking away across Florence, in the rain, from our last goodbye. Tomorrow morning at dawn, she flies home to Perth and steps forward into the haze of memory. It's all over, except for the touch. I kissed her on the cheek at our definitive parting and marveled at her cheek's solidity. Did I think she was an illusion? A hologram? A painting, perhaps? Yearning is hardly ever aimed at anything solid. I realized that I never really wanted to kiss her. Rather, I yearned to feel her kissing me. She never did. Even a crush feels steeped in betrayal and disappointment from the poet's perspective. A monkey who's sworn off swinging The crush solidifies her statuesque self in the now and forever crush. Sweet in all of its allure, rife with dreams, but wholly impossible. It grows sour on my palate beneath the sugary pleasure of my initial euphoria. In the end, my feelings have little to do with my long-standing commitment to my faraway beloved, and yet, perhaps these things should be related. I must look like a sedentary monkey sitting comfortably on his branch, observing the swingers from a distance. My adoration of the crush could be, therefore, offensive, even if honest, heartfelt, a little bit desperate, and as I see it, cutely nerdy. Lovers always want to stop time. There were several fleeting instances in which I felt our affection reach out and touch across the table. If you don't get your first love right, it will haunt every other love affair you will ever have. But if you get the first one right, you'll never need another. There I go with the Petrarch again. The crush and I speak of self-loathing, she for her subservience and bad decisions, and me for my powerlessness to fix, save, or satisfy a crumbling world, or even another human being. I loathe the egotism that keeps me alive, every emotion not drawn up out of me by the needs of others. Day 2. I text her the lyrics to Pulp's Feeling Calledlode, and it makes her cry. A writer, I only wanted to say what the song says, not really receive an answer. But her admitting to tears pierces me again, and I weep as well. She loves me not. It's impossible to say. It's difficult, I know, not to respond to another's inner drama, when that drama's been inspired by your own image mirrored in their eyes. Maybe all I ever got from the crush was feedback. Perhaps her feelings are swinging back and forth between the roux on the bonnet of the van as much as mine. This is a wreck neither of us could have seen coming. Or is it something I've been yearning for in my beloved's absence? It's been a tempestuous 3 days in which nothing of note has happened. At a certain point, I decide to fast. Our mutual female friend asks me what I'm punishing myself for, but since I dislike eating, I feel that I'm actually treating myself, taking a kind of vacation from the confines of survival. That's the definition of masochism, she declares, as only a food lover could. I admire the crush's appetite, watching her devour worlds of meat, accepting her place in the food chain with pleasure. I, on the other hand, feel as though I've clouded the pleasure principle into meaninglessness. Not giving in to it makes me feel free and lost. But I suffer no ill effects from the fasting. On the contrary, eating usually makes me sleepy and slow. I feel strong and sharp today, walking across Florence, the rain pissing down on my bare head as I approach Santo Spirito and the Hotel Tasso, where I picked the crush up this morning. Full circle. I began the day by texting her, "The sky's weeping because you're leaving us." She didn't directly respond to that. Again, I'm remembering the thrill of walking across Florence through the rain that day, 20 years ago now, having finally gathered up the courage to confront wife number one, and to transform her into ex-wife number one. Of course I felt guilty and troubled for ending the marriage, and swinging to the clandestine lover's branch, transforming her, in the process, into wife number two. But the cleansing rain and the blossoming sun as I walked through Piazza Santo Spirito and into Via delle Caldaie that day promised a new beginning. Little did I know that wife number two awaited me at the then nameless Cafe Notte, like a spider in its web awaits its prey. I would not feel her sting for another 10 years, but the end of her love for me, let me rephrase that. The end of the fiction of her love for me was the deadliest sting I have ever survived. This should make me something. A survivor, wary, bitter, a human being, All of the above? I don't know. Abiding is overrated in this first world bubble in which I travel. What the fuck do any of us know about survival? We'll let our shrinks figure it out for us. All I know for sure is that the crush and I spent this one amazing day together, importantly in Bologna, an entirely neutral place, away from Florence and all of its historically significant streets. For a single day we existed as two people outside of place and time, with only our present minds and words to share and shape our impressions of each other. The escape from context, her home, and the breaking branch of her relationship was just what she needed, I believe. Also, a new man's attention, bordering on adulation, to distract her from her manipulative breaking branch's needy, hourly texting seemed welcome. But the crush that blossomed inside me that day was not at all what the doctor ordered. I couldn't even let myself enjoy the euphoria I felt. I had to protect my faraway beloved's heart. I had to be a man worthy of love before I could love, and that meant that I could not love at all. Despite the car accident metaphor, the adrenaline rush I felt each time we discovered another thing we had in common, another possible yet impossible future shared joy, was delectable. Ours was a mutual attraction of the mind and spirit well beyond the plane of appreciating someone's hot bod. Through it all, however, I was pouring ice on myself, drawing a cold shower spiritually over the day. Our mutual female friend had encouraged me to help the crush get through her failing relationship even before she arrived in Florence, before she'd become the crush, back when she'd only been the soon-to-arrive visitor. Our mutual female friend wanted me to help rebuild the crush's self-image by befriending her, showing her around Florence, taking her to Bologna for a day. Perhaps this crush, then, is all our mutual female friend's doing. If so, I feel like a chess piece. What started out as a rescue mission came at great emotional cost to me in the end, says the rain, says the bleak afternoon, say the gray stones and angry sky as I walk from our last goodbye. Still, I can resist such thinking in the construction of this narrative. I can figure, even remember, our day alone together in Bologna as a euphoric and chaste celebration of each other and our having met. I believe the sweet cotton candy of flirtation turned to sour indigestion and went straight to my waistline and into my bloodstream without insulin the day after. Of course, the crush's presence was magical, but she really seduced me with the text messages she sent the day after, when she ate alone in our mutual friend's favorite osteria. There's an intimacy to the private words that come through the phone, the not having to look the person in the eye when you say the impossible, that makes for seduction. Perhaps this is the allure of online dating. How disappointing must be those eventual meetings after the long, masturbatory intimacy of a series of private and secret text messages. As Jarvis sings in FEELINGCALLEDLOVE, this isn't chocolate boxes and roses. It's dirtier than that, like some small animal that only comes out at night. Text messages inhabit a darkness deeper than the night's mere lack of sunlight. Suddenly, it was as if we'd been intimate for years. The wittiness continued, the mutual understanding, the sympathy, the charm, and our apparent affection. A writer, I'd been able to appreciate, but also to deflect, or at least not to act upon, the look, regardless of its promise and power, my buckled knees and longing. But words, I was defenseless against my own words. Once again, I will have to walk through Piazza Santo Spirito and down the Via delle Caldaie to get to my bicycle, which is chained up in the rain beside the Hotel Tasso. Again, predictably, exactly as it did the last time I walked here in the throes of a crush that would lead to my second marriage, the storm quells just as I enter the piazza, I turn my back on the cavernous church and head south. The lovely gurgling fountain on my right is quiet today, boxed in plywood, awaiting restoration. The straight, wet tunnel of the Via delle Caldaie is, once again, illuminated before me, just as it was 20 years ago. But because it's a late afternoon in autumn instead of a spring morning, this time, because I'm 20 years older, the light is subdued, soft and pinkish, not really all that bright. I'm not physically walking toward anyone, and I have my faraway beloved's heart firmly in my grasp. I have protected it as best I could. I believe that I have done the right thing for everyone, even for myself, although I will never know that for sure. I still have an insatiable urge to love more, to offer something to someone, to be strong in my own powerlessness, to save, if not the world, at least one other solitary human being, to keep them from feeling alone. I will continue to love you, oh my crush. I will give you the best of me. I will love you mostly by not loving you at all, by imagining that future me, the man I will someday be, the one who doesn't love you anymore.
Hi, it's Paula again. Yesterday I told the story of the taxi service, or lack of thereof, in Devon. Today is another story from Devon before I moved here, which was, as I said yesterday, about 18 years ago. And it was a different aspect of society there. So, as I said, the pubs are the best places in Britain to really find people if you haven't got kids that go to school or you don't go to church. And I found a pub that I really liked. And I started going there, and it was brilliant. You know, every evening I went in there, sat to the bar, which is the best way to meet people. Every night people started talking to me. By the end of the week, I was actually invited to people's homes, and it was just lovely. Such a friendly place. Anyway, I decided to go at a weekend, on Sunday lunch, because it's a different crowd on Sunday lunches, and it's a different atmosphere. So I thought I'd give it a go one day. And there I am. I'm standing at the bar, and I saw in the corner a group of retired people, older people, chatting away, all terribly posh, you could tell. Anyway, suddenly one of them, a gentleman, comes over to me, and he says, "Excuse me, we haven't met. My name is Mark Staplefoot, and on behalf of Ashburton, may I welcome you?" And I said, "Well, thank you very much." He said, "We live in a very large house down the bottom of St. Lawrence Lane, and we are very, very happy to greet you. So tell me, what is your name?" And I said, "Well, my name is Paula." "Oh, great, so great, Paula. So I know what you do." And I said, "Well, I've just started work as a conservation officer down the road at the Barnhouse Trust." "Oh, marvellous, marvellous, all best of luck. Welcome, welcome, welcome." At which point he walks off. "Very much, thank you very much." As sharp as punch, and well, very nice, you know. So anyway, next Sunday I go to the pub, and there's the same group of people talking in the corner, and I'm there having a pint talking to somebody else, and he comes up to me again, and he goes, "Hello, my name is Mark Staplefoot, and on behalf of Ashburton, may I welcome you. We live in a very large house down the bottom of St. Lawrence Lane, and we're very, very chuffed to welcome you here." And I said, "Well, thank you very much." Bit of deja vu. And he goes, "Well, so what is your name?" And I said, "It's still Paula." And so he goes, "Ah, yes, well done, Paula, well done. And what do you do?" And I said, "Well, I'm still working at the Barnhouse Trust, just up the road." "Oh, well, marvellous, marvellous, well, welcome, welcome, welcome." He goes back to his group. Well, this goes on for, and I am not exaggerating, at least 5-6 weeks. And it's getting a bit, it's getting a bit ridiculous, to be honest with you. So anyway, I'm in there again after I've been away for a couple of weeks. I come back, and there he is, and he comes over to me again. And I said, "Oh, here we go again, here we go." So I'm braced, ready for it. And he goes, "Ah, Hello, Pauline. How are the donkeys?
Today the streets are silent again, but without the intermittent machine gun fire or the warnings of snipers in the windows. Instead of hiding in the basements, we're climbing onto the rooftops to reach the sun and awaiting another liberation day from an enemy we cannot kill with a gun. In the beginning, the coronavirus seemed far away, something happening on another continent, one more epidemic like SARS or swine flu that would dominate the headlines for a few weeks before fading away. Then came the news from Italy of infections spreading out of control, hospitals bursting, doctors and nurses exhausted, and patients dying without the comfort and consolation of their loved ones. The starkest of funerals, or no funeral at all. Rainbow hopes, tutto andrà bene, and evening choruses from balconies. This was much more real and much too close to home. Home is London, but our second home is Florence, where our small apartment in the Oltrarno has been a retreat from everyday stresses, a place where we can explore another language and culture, a vantage point from which to enjoy this beautiful city on the Arno. As the lockdown went into effect, we knew that the economic impact would be devastating on a region so reliant on the tourists that can sometimes seem overwhelming in their multitudes, but are sorely missed in their absence. Our concern for Florence and Florentines was soon displaced by the reality that the UK too had become a hotspot for the virus. The magical thinking that somehow it would not happen here or not be as bad was an indulgence that could not be sustained. Panic buying meant shortages of hand sanitizer and face masks, and for a while loo roll was in short supply. Why is this the first thing people think of stockpiling in a crisis? Our relationship to space seemed to change. Walking down a sidewalk became an exercise in avoiding people approaching from the opposite direction, as if we were being propelled by opposing magnetic force fields. Streets that would ordinarily be heaving with traffic were eerily quiet, while parks that once promised an escape from the crowds were teeming with joggers, dog walkers, and young families taking a break from the unending task of homeschooling. A socially distanced and hugless get-together with our grown-up children in a park became a welcome alternative to yet another Zoom call. Time too expanded and shrunk for no particular reason. Days dragged on, filled with waiting in queues, staring at computer screens, and watching the news, hoping for a sign that things were getting better. One week bled into the next, this one much the same as the last. Holidays were cancelled, weddings postponed, visits suspended. When would normal resume? When would we be able to return to Florence? Our concerns were dwarfed by the trauma of frontline health workers, parents struggling to feed their children, confused and lonely elderly care home residents, and the sorrow of those who lost friends and family members to the virus. Florence will be waiting for us when it's safe to travel again. She has survived invasions, floods, and plagues in the past. How has the pandemic changed the city? How has it changed us? Can we dare to hope that we've learned something about the precariousness of our existence and the interconnectedness of life on this beautiful, fragile planet? La storia che voglio raccontare è la paura di una mamma, incinta del secondo figlio, di non riuscire a dividere l'amore per due. Il giorno si avvicina, il grande ormai 5enne non vede l'ora di conoscere la sorella, ma nei suoi occhi si intravede un velo di paura di quello che sarà di lui, del suo futuro, non più da figlio unico. Ci siamo. La notte partono i dolori, si parte per l'ospedale, il fratellone viene travasato dal suo letto a quello dei nonni e in pochissimo tempo ecco che il pianto più bello della vita arriva nelle mie orecchie. Il cuore batte all'impazzata, ma il pensiero va subito al fratello, ormai diventato maggiore, che chissà cosa penserà quando al suo risveglio si troverà in un letto diverso da quello in cui si era addormentato. Tutto è andato a posto. Torniamo nella nostra stanza e dopo poco arriva il momento dell'incontro. Arriva lui, si avvicina al letto, si toglie le scarpe, sale e da lì via all'abbraccio tra fratelli più bello che io abbia mai visto. I suoi occhi lucidi, io piango. E in quel momento sento il cuore che mi scoppia e che raddoppia di volume. Lì ho capito che chi ha più di un figlio non deve dividere il suo cuore, ma questo si ingrandisce ogni volta. Sarà una storia banale, ma io non scorderò mai quel momento e anche ora che ci ripenso le lacrime scendono da sole. Last night I read an essay in The Believer about wanting and not wanting to read, because these days I find myself not only not wanting, but entirely unable to be wanting. And I came upon this in a reflection from Courtney Mann. I worked as a waitress for much of my youth, and I'm comforted by the author's descriptions of hot pans and emptied wine glasses, people touching salad forks and fingers without a care in their bright world. May God talk about wanting. I look at those words, those emptied wine glasses, and those people touching salad forks and fingers without a care in their bright world, and all of a sudden I'm longing so hard I have to stop reading. For those people and those wine glasses, for the way candlelight flickers against the back wall of your awareness in a Florentine restaurant filled with wood and wine and white porcelain. It is a longing so visceral I know I will remember it for years. Because even the absences, the parts we don't have, the parts we are missing so hard, are part of this. This weekend has been full of Facebook posts about Italy's Liberation Day. Grainy old photographs from 75 years ago of young men and women. This year, so many photographs of women. So many of them with those 1940s haircuts, those overcoats and those shoes that Anna Magnani set to their jaws. Pictures of bodies lying before tanks and of cities in tatters. Pictures of people standing together. You can't help noticing now how close together, people arm in arm, people hugging. And in every picture you can hear in the background the black and white voice of someone singing, lusty, hungry and alive, the words to Bella Ciao. I come back to thinking about here and now, about this present we are in. What will it feel like when we finally remember it as a past? What will we know? What kind of complete emotion will it be? walking the streets of Florence until I knew it intimately. No crowds, no queues. I took photos everywhere, glorious photos. I loved spotting the bat motifs on buildings and finding beauty everywhere, always with a mask on. My country's borders had closed and flights were being cancelled, and as my departure date loomed, I felt the wisest choice was to go home. If there'd been no pandemic, I would have stayed longer. But if there had been no pandemic, my experience would have been so different. How odd it all was, but if I had to be somewhere when the pandemic came, I'm so privileged to have been in Florence. I'm sitting here now, in my apartment near the water in Sydney. I think about my Florentine family every day, and thankful that they have remained well. I look at my photos and I can picture Florence so well in my mind's eye, and I can only hope that the city will recover and rebuild. I think back to that night having a drink with my neighbor. I know of a family in Florence, she said. Please enjoy these photos of the beauty of Florence without crowds. Tina the cat, and me and my 90-year-old companion. She's 92 now.
Leggo queste parole da Walnut Creek, California. Mi trovo qui dopo aver lasciato Firenze e il mio lavoro stabile nell'agosto del 2020, nel bel mezzo della pandemia, per dedicarmi a una vita di esplorazione. Vi leggo quello che ho scritto dopo l'esortazione di Marisa ad unirmi al suo progetto. Memento mori è un ammonimento latino che si traduce grosso modo con ricordati che devi morire. Qualcuno dice che è macabro, che è deprimente, ma io sono in disaccordo. L'idea è che, prendendo veramente coscienza del fatto che la nostra vita prima o poi verrà a terminare, dobbiamo ricordarci di apprezzare quello che abbiamo in questo momento e di godere del presente. Dobbiamo dare il giusto peso ai problemi della nostra vita, senza fasciarci tanto la testa, e andare avanti inseguendo i nostri sogni e facendo ciò che ci fa stare bene, perché un giorno non potremo più fare niente. Nel gennaio del 2017 mio padre venne ricoverato d'urgenza all'ospedale. Quando lo aprirono trovarono un tumore allo stomaco grosso come un'arancia e lo trattennero per quasi 2 mesi. Ogni giorno, all'apertura del passo, io e mia nonna andavamo a trovarlo. Quando poté tornare a casa, tornai a vivere con lui. Era rimasto solo con mio fratello più piccolo e volevo aiutarlo. In quei 9 mesi passammo tanto tempo insieme quanto non ne avevamo mai passato prima. Per Pasqua andammo a Bologna in uno dei nostri ristorantini preferiti, anche se non poteva mangiare quasi niente, non avendo più uno stomaco vero e proprio. A luglio andammo per qualche giorno all'Abetone, così che lui potesse pescare a mosca, la sua passione. Andammo regolarmente in ospedale, così che lui potesse fare la chemioterapia. Allo stesso tempo stavo cercando di finire l'università, e velocemente. Quando andavamo a pescare al laghetto, caricavamo nel baule della macchina esche, mulinelli, canne da pesca, 2 seggioline e i miei libri. Lui pescava in silenzio e io gli ripetevo estetica, linguistica, storia del teatro, antropologia di genere. Poi iniziai a scrivere la tesi e gli ripetevo pure quella, ascoltando i suoi commenti ed i suoi consigli. A fine settembre venne annunciato il giorno della discussione della mia tesi, martedì 10 ottobre. I medici dichiararono anche che mio padre non sarebbe più dovuto andare in ospedale. Le cure sarebbero state effettuate direttamente a casa da delle infermiere volontarie specializzate in leniterapia e da me, tramite cerotti, compresse, iniezioni. Poteva smettere anche con la sua dieta altamente controllata, sarebbe stato nutrito direttamente in vena. Tutto questo significava che eravamo giunti alla fine. Il suo corpo si stava disintegrando dall'interno. Venerdì 6 ottobre mio padre andò in coma. Fu messo a letto e le infermiere continuarono a controllarlo regolarmente. Mi diedero 2 numeri di telefono, quello delle imprese funebri che lavorano il sabato e la domenica e quello di quelle che lavorano nei giorni feriali, ma mi dissero che di quest'ultimo non avrei avuto bisogno. Sabato 7 ottobre, finisco di scrivere la tesi, è ancora vivo. Domenica 8 ottobre, stiro l'abito che mi metterò per la discussione della tesi, scelgo le scarpe, è ancora vivo. Lunedì 9 ottobre, è ancora vivo. La sera, prima di andare a letto, anche se non può sentirmi, gli leggo la tesi e lo prego di resistere solo un altro giorno. Martedì 10 ottobre, giorno della mia laurea, è ancora vivo. Sono fuori di me dalla gioia, mi vesto, arrivano 2 suoi amici per stare con lui mentre discuterò la tesi. I miei amici e tutta la nostra famiglia mi aspettano all'università. Arriva Ilaria, la nostra infermiera preferita, profondamente stupita e felicissima di trovarlo ancora insieme a noi. Mi trucco, mi pettino, mi metto le scarpe. Prendo la borsa con dentro le mie copie della tesi. Io e mia mamma stiamo per uscire dalla porta, ma Ilaria ci ferma. È morto. Il mio primo istinto fu di fiondarmi su di lui per abbracciarlo un'ultima volta mentre era ancora caldo. Non volevo più andarci alla mia laurea. Volevo stare con lui. Non volevo abbandonarlo. Ero distrutta dal dolore, come mai prima, da questo profondo buco nero che si era aperto nella mia vita. Non sarei mai riuscita ad affrontare la commissione, a rispondere alle domande dei professori sulla tesi. Non sarei riuscita ad affrontare la felicità degli altri laureandi e delle loro famiglie già in festa all'ingresso dell'università, con i coriandoli, lo spumante e le corone d'alloro. Lasciai andare il corpo di mio padre solo per mettermi alla ricerca disperata, offuscata dalle lacrime, di un qualsiasi numero da chiamare all'università. Basta, non vengo, salta tutto, cancellato, non mi presento. Non lo fare, Martina. Fu l'infermiera a convincermi. E di questo le sono profondamente grata. Grazie, Ilaria. Se non fossi andata subito non mi sarei mai più laureata. Sarei stata troppo impegnata con quello che avviene dopo la morte di un genitore solo. Sarei stata troppo traumatizzata da questa orribile coincidenza di eventi. Affrontai la laurea sorretta per un braccio da mia madre e per l'altra da mio fratello, con la faccia paonazza e gli occhi gonfi dal pianto, cercando di non farmi vedere dagli altri laureandi, tutti raccolti all'ingresso dell'università. I professori furono comprensivi. Con la destra mi strinsero la mano per augurarmi congratulazioni, dottoressa, e con la sinistra mi offrirono un fazzoletto e le loro condoglianze. Quello che sarebbe dovuto essere uno dei giorni più belli della mia vita è invece il giorno più brutto. Non ci furono coriandoli, i festoni, i cori, lo spumante e le risate. Tornammo a casa in silenzio. Il giorno dopo misi la corona d'alloro sulla sua bara. Aveva 55 anni. La morte prematura di mio padre è stata uno schiaffo in faccia. Ne sento il bruciore ogni singolo giorno. Poi è iniziata la pandemia. Uno schiaffo sull'altra guancia. Passando ore ed ore, giorni e giorni a guardare fuori dalla finestra, ascoltando le ambulanze sfrecciare su e giù per i viali, Ho riflettuto sulla fragilità della vita, su ciò che è veramente importante, su come vogliamo usare il nostro poco tempo. Ricordati che devi morire, memento mori. E così facendo, ricordati che devi vivere. Me lo ripeto tutti i giorni, per non lasciarmi andare, per risvegliarmi dal torpore e per mettere bene a fuoco, per non andare avanti solo per inerzia, ma per spostarmi con la forza delle mie gambe, per salire piuttosto che scivolare. Memento mori, Martina, memento, Martina. E tu che ascolti, tu che leggi, tu che cuci, ricordati, ascoltati, svegliati, rinasci ogni giorno.
So I have this special relation to Italy. My sister and her husband, Morten and Christine, has a winery in Tuscany, in a city called Panzano. The winery is called La Festicciata. So I've been coming here on and off last 4 years almost, sometimes 5 times a year, last year 0 times. So it's been here and there. And this year I decided due to COVID and do that I have my own company, do design, interior design and furniture, so I could work from here and we'll get some clients in Italy. So I actually decided to sell everything and come here. So I took a few suitcases of clothes and decided to come and see what Italy brings and what life brings. I'm 35 and 36, so I was like, okay, this is the last years that I'm willing to myself to do this again, because I have lived in, I'm originally from Finland, lived in Denmark, lived in UK, in London, back to Denmark. So I've been moving around, so I know what it takes to move and get new friends and get settled down. But there's something about Italy and the lifestyle and the whole culture and people that it's really attracting me. I'm super lucky that I can stay in the winery at the moment, and of course, I could stay here longer, but the city has 1,100 people, so before getting mentally sick or getting sick, what you call it, it is time soon to move to a bigger city, probably Florence, and settle down there, and see what Italian lifestyle brings and learn Italian. It's a little bit like a COVID decision, and I don't regret it at all. I think it's been the best thing that happened, last year or two, and people over here are so helpful, and already like getting clients here for my work, so it hasn't been a problem at all coming here, and this environment, being in a wine room of nowhere, it is so relaxing and makes me to be more creative with my furniture and collection. It's been really nice, and of course a lot of friends are coming over and visiting, and making local friends, like now I'm Marisa and Maria and other ones, Massimo, and meeting friends that only speak so little English and I speak so little Italian, and starting from Google Translate and make your friends from there. It's been really nice and really challenging, but not a bad way at all. And then I adopted a dog here, Franco, who's actually living at the moment. Coming to Italy, it is amazing, and it is as stunning as everybody says, and having the Italian dream. I'm starting over now, and I'm so new to this. So for me, every day is like, wow. I wake up early in the morning, I'm like, wow, what this day brings is like, yeah. So I can only highly recommend to live somewhere abroad and go and challenge yourself. For me, it's been really good and really nice change and move. Really fresh, and I can feel I have so much new energy and so much new ideas. So let's see what next 6 months brings, and let's see where I end up. You never know. Ciao.
Buonasera ragazzi, siamo qui all'antica macelleria Cecchini. Sono sudatissimo perché sono vicino alla griglia a cuocere ciccia da mezzogiorno. Non so che ora saranno adesso, ma sicuramente un paio d'ore che sono qua davanti, e tutto bene. Se Dio vuole abbiamo riniziato a lavorare. Questo Covid ci ha rotto il cazzo, però tutto bene, siamo ripartiti e speriamo di andare avanti meglio possibile, diciamo. Di giorno in giorno sempre meglio. Ciao a tutti e buona giornata, vi aspetto qua all'antica macelleria Cecchini.
Today it was more peaceful to sit in my chair than to talk. This is new for me, that the body can be a sanctuary again. This is something very new. Deep down, I felt the God to be invisible, able to vanish at any time. I want to be able to disappear in a moment. But this fibroid, it's forcing me to get very real. So now the hospitals in and around Florence are all blocked. My health service card is for illegal people, so private clinics aren't an option for me. To be caught in a safety net when you feel that you have no right to be safe. And this ability to disappear is a kind of illusion of safety. Giant lump that has grown and grown and grown inside me. It's forcing me to acknowledge that I need other people. They have to cut it out of me. Every day my stomach is bigger. I'm watching it grow. So they're finding a way to operate in the middle of a pandemic. There has to be a way for me to be here in this place that I now understand is home. I don't know how you say thank you to the people who help you for nothing in return. I've been speaking to other women around the world and they tell me that their fibroids are also growing. The worms of the world are expanding together, like we're all just swallowing the chaos. My scar will be the same as women who've given birth. Or once the lump is gone, I wonder, can it just take everything away with it? It's a pandemic. I need surgery, and here is where I chose to stay. So I know this place is home to me. The one person that knew what was going on behind the beautiful gardens was my best friend since the age of 18. In many ways, she walked beside me, holding my hand and my heart, keeping me from becoming Humpty Dumpty and falling to pieces. She held me on the wall until I was ready to fall into pieces before rebuilding. There was never a cake or happy celebrations for my birthdays. Instead, it was always marked with bracing myself for what was to inevitably come for the next few months. I remember a week or two before each birthday saying to my dear best friend, "Here we go again." We, not I, as in many ways she lived what I lived as best friends do. My birthdays marked my dear friend always there for the secret phone calls when I needed to talk about what I was living. With her, I did not need to be perfect. Instead, I could be real. It was with her I received love and recognition. She listened to me, no matter what the time. She cared about how I felt and what I was living, never judging me, as she knew that I would leave when I was ready and not 1 minute before. Confronting my ex-husband would mean blowing up the life that my children were living. Once I challenged my ex-husband, there would be no turning back. I was immobilized by fear that I would fail at giving my children a happy childhood, something that I felt I owed them no matter what the cost to me, perhaps because it was something that I didn't have. To confront my ex-husband took courage that I did not know that I had, as over the years every ounce of confidence was beaten out of me. If it was not with his hands, it was with words. The day did finally come when I took a deep breath and confronted him. I can close my eyes and remember every minute of that day that I was ready to fall off the wall into a million pieces. The day I confronted my ex-husband about one of his lies. I say one, as nothing about him was true. Every moment of every day with him turned out to be a lie. For me, that day did not mark the end of the abuse as I'd hoped. While my marriage ended, the abuse did not. In many ways, that day marked the beginning of the worst years of my life. Years of being emotionally terrorized, years of being stalked, years of going to bed with a knife and pepper spray under my pillow for fear of being killed in the night, years of not wanting to wake up and face another day, years of believing that I could not physically or mentally survive another day. I remember my Humpty Dumpty moment. My children were tucked in their beds. I went for a shower, the place where I could shed my tears without my children seeing me. As I lay on the floor, sobbing because my heart was in what felt like a million pieces, It was that moment that I told myself that I have to keep fighting. I could not give up. I had to get up off that shallow floor and achieve freedom from the abuse, from living in fear, and from the tears that came every night as I lay in bed. That freedom didn't come for several years, but still I lived determined to put the pieces of me back together. As a part of my determined journey to free myself and my children from that toxic relationship, I moved to Florence, Italy. Italy had been a place where I found moments of happiness among the chaos of my life. 10 years after moving here, I can still close my eyes and visualize, as if it was yesterday, the first day that I walked through Piazza della Signoria. It was lightly snowing. Beautiful classical music was being played by a musician sitting on the steps of the famed Uffizi. Yes, this moment is what movies are made of. And I asked myself the question, what do I want to do today that will make me happy? It hit me. I could not remember ever asking myself that question. My whole life was always centered around making others happy. So one day at a time, I took steps to claim my happy. I can't say reclaim, because I don't think I was ever truly happy or free of fear, not in my childhood or my adult years. My happy until then came as just fleeting moments that were very short-lived. I thought that drastic step of moving to Italy would free me and my children from the years of turmoil that resulted from the union of me and their father. If anything, it made it worse. One does not leave a narcissist without paying a price, as they don't let anyone reject them, even if this price comes at the cost of the mental health of their children. I made it clear to my ex-husband that I would no longer participate in abuse and pain by taking the drastic step of moving across an ocean. My husband's response was to make it clear that even with an ocean between us, he would not let go. While I still had moments of tears, I no longer slept with a knife or pepper spray under my pillow. The moments of happiness became more and more frequent as I created a life in Florence. And I met many people who came to love me, and that brought me joy to be around. It was not until my son, as a man, came to understand what I'd lived that my freedom came. Out of his love for me, he found the courage to fight for my freedom with his father. Instead of me protecting his happiness, he took charge to protect mine. The most precious gift that I've ever received in my life was the gift of my freedom that my son was able to secure for me. I now look forward to my birthdays. Now I celebrate with cake and with people that truly love me. Now I dance with joy on my birthdays. Every morning when I wake up, there is a moment, a fleeting moment, just before I open my eyes, when I'm afraid to start a new day, when my brain still thinks that terror is still part of my life. But then that moment passes as I hear the church bells, and I'm reminded that I'm safe here in beautiful Florence. The moment of fear turns into a moment when I say to myself every morning, it is another beautiful day in Firenze. Happiness is no longer fleeting moments for me. Thanks to Florence, now my days are full of happiness, doing what I want, surrounded by people who make me happy. Now being happy is a natural state of being. For this happiness I will be forever grateful to my son and for all that living in Florence has given to me, in putting those pieces of me back together again with the help of others. I have finally found happiness.
Mi chiamo Claudio e la mia storia è come tante. Il Covid, coronavirus o pandemia ci ha portato via tante persone, ma non solo. Ci siamo trovati ad affrontare un periodo lungo dove ci è stata tolta la libertà di fare molte cose. Questo ci ha portato a pensare molto ed anche a scavare dentro di noi. È stato un periodo dove siamo dovuti stare chiusi in casa e dove le prime cose di cui ci siamo accorti sono state che il mondo viaggiava troppo veloce prima. Infatti ci è stato chiesto di fare sempre di più, ma siamo arrivati alla saturazione. L'uomo ha dei limiti in fondo. E che abbiamo bisogno di contatto, stare con gli amici, condividere. Addirittura abbiamo creato comitive per cantare dai balconi e condividere qualcosa con gli altri vicino a noi. Perché? Perché in fondo l'uomo era fatto per stare in branco, no? Con il tempo poi la situazione sanitaria sembrava migliorasse e dalla forzata convivenza 24 ore su 24 è emerso che in fin dei conti quelli che avevano giurato finché morte non ci separi non dicevano poi veramente sul serio e che andrà tutto bene lo si può dire a un bambino di 3 anni, non a una popolazione adulta. E poi, dopo aver sentito la predica dell'ennesima persona che ha però il suo stipendio garantito, verso chi ha perso cari, lavoro e molti soldi, siamo tornati ad essere gli individualisti di sempre. E, parere mio, probabilmente ad uscirne peggiori di come ne siamo entrati. E poi, non dimentichiamo, c'è da recuperare tutto il tempo in cui non abbiamo potuto produrre, correre, fare di più. Mi chiamo Claudio. Questa è la nostra storia e non ha un lieto fine, perché è già andato tutto a puttane, ma ancora non ce ne siamo accorti.
A year ago, I was supposed to fly back to Manila to visit my sister who was turning 75. And a few days before my flight, I decided to cancel. After getting advice from a couple of very good friends who had very insightful views, I understood the gravity of the situation. I might be able to get there, but I was afraid I would not be able to get back, so I canceled. That was the 1st of March. On the 8th of March, Italy went under lockdown. The 8th of March was also Women's Day, and this was also the period where we staged Eve Esther's Vagina Monologues. Directing that show in 2009 and 2013, it was such a powerful experience for all of us. Not just because of the monologues that we read, but because of our own experience of sharing our own stories with each other and creating this intimate, safe space that we created amongst ourselves. And so whilst I was reminiscing with Romina Diaz about the shows, and She was my first angry vagina in 2009. We felt an urge to somehow document what was happening, because we realized that we were in the midst of history. And so while I was speaking to her, and also with Elisabetta Franchetti, who was also with us on the second Vagina Monologues in 2013, we decided that we also wanted the show to benefit women. We wanted it to be about women, we wanted it to benefit women. For it to also be a fundraiser. And so in May 2020, the 1st of May actually, we launched Corona Monologues, Stories of Women Under Lockdown, which was a project about, by, and for women. And our beneficiary was Pagamaba, which was an NGO that helped informal workers in the Philippines, female workers. They were usually breadwinners who tried to put up their own business. But during this period, this pandemic, would be the least, the people who would need it most and would not have the assistance. So when we launched it in May last year, it was a call to artists, but not just artists, also anyone who wanted to share snippets of their daily life or their experiences and their relationships under quarantine. They could send it in any language, which we would then translate in both English and Italian. And it could be in any format, written, video, artwork. And with that was the promise that the donations that we would receive would be sent to our beneficiary, and that this would ultimately be staged at a venue here in Florence, and we were hoping at the end of the year, when restrictions were lifted, that we would be able to stage it. But unfortunately, alas, restrictions are still there, and so we're still waiting. So the stories somehow started coming in slowly, and one of the first videos I received was from a mother in Lesbos in Greece, and she was telling us about just finding out just at that moment that her daughter was positive with COVID. And she could not get to her. And the feeling of, yes, she was of course hopeful, but at the same time feeling helpless, was palpable. You could feel or hear desperation in her voice and worry. And I cried. So, little by little, these stories that came in from all over the world, from the US, Malaysia, Singapore, Germany, the UK, the Philippines, here in Italy, Japan, in Canada. I know there were just stories, some of them made you laugh, some of them made you cry, but always it will make you think, make you ponder. We were all women, living very different realities, circumstances, and although we were all living a collective trauma, the experience of the pandemic and being under lockdown was extremely personal. So we began posting this on Facebook in May last year, and it was also a fundraiser. We were trying to raise money, but of course, you know, everybody was hard up. And so actually, on my birthday, I decided to make a post to my friends and invite them to a party, and said that, you know, if they were going to come to the party, if they were going to bring some booze or something, you know, Filipinos, you know, usually bring something to eat. So instead of bringing that, to just use that money to donate to the fundraiser. And so we did raise a bit of money after that, about 500 euros, which we had sent right before Christmas last year. So all in all, I was doing quite well this past year. I mean, my family had been home, safe and well at the beginning of the pandemic, and the company I work for, which is a tour operator called The Unusual Tourist, all the bookings were cancelled, and so I had no work. But thank God my husband his work kept on going on, so that was fine. And Corona monologues kept me busy, kept me connected. It had given me some purpose to get these women's stories out, to allow people to be touched by these stories, to extend a helping hand to women in the Philippines. The most important thing that had driven me is actually the desire to stage it. I'm still, you know, I'm putting my energies into looking for a venue right now, and to be able to get it out there and to envision it, to be able to choose the right stories and present it. It's the whole creative process that is now keeping me occupied, and somehow has kept me in a good place. Because ultimately you do realize that you are not alone.
Mi presento, sono Dario Cecchini, faccio il macellaio a Panzani in Chianti, questo piccolo paese nel cuore della Toscana. Lo faccio ormai da 45 anni e sono qui a raccontarvi la mia storia. La mia storia è di una famiglia felice, una famiglia di macellai, una famiglia senza troppi soldi, ma con tanta gioia, tanta serenità. Babbo, mamma, una sorella più piccola e una nonna. Solo che quando io ero molto giovane, avevo 14 anni, la mamma si è ammalata di tumore, sono stati anni molto molto difficili, erano gli anni anni 70, io ho 65 anni, quindi sono del 55, erano gli anni 70, le cure per la chemioterapia erano molto dolorose. È come se si fosse inclinato un incantesimo di gioia in questo piccolo paese in cui tutti ci si conosceva, per fortuna ci si conosce ancora, in cui tutte le chiavi erano nelle porte delle abitazioni, cioè tutto era condiviso dalla comunità. Poi è successo al babbo, alla fine siamo rimasti soli, io, la mia sorellina più piccola e la nonna. Io ero riuscito a continuare a studiare, liceo scientifico, buoni voti, università di veterinaria a Pisa, e poi lasciata per l'Università Agraria a Firenze perché era più vicina e cercavo di riuscire a mantenere gli studi e nel tempo stesso la macelleria, peraltro senza un vero insegnamento di macelleria perché non c'era stato il tempo, e quindi il lavoro di macellaio me lo sono molto inventato da me. Sono stati anni durissimi, io credo di avercela fatta a questo punto, di aver passato da me gli anni dell'apprendistato e di aver avuto anche un buon successo. Non mi sono mai scordato della scuola, ho continuato a studiare per come potevo e a cercare di bilanciare il lavoro di macellaio, cioè il lavoro di bottega, tra virgolette, con il sostegno per la comunità, con impegni di testimone all'ospedale Maier e altre cose. E cioè di mantenere vivo quello spirito toscano e quello spirito di appartenenza a una famiglia più allargata, che sono le cose che mi piacciono di più. Adoro la poesia e in particolare la Divina Commedia, che sono tanti anni, qualche volta me la ricordo anche a memoria. E insieme alla Divina Commedia tengo due poesie che consiglio e che a me mi hanno aiutato tanto. Sono Itaca di Cavafis e Istanti di Borges, che raccontano il cammino, il viaggio della vita, il senso di questo viaggio. E che dire, credo che la poesia mi curi l'anima. Ai miei ragazzi e alle ragazze che lavorano in macelleria ho allevato nel senso toscano della vecchia bottega rinascimentale, sia ragazzi ma anche tante donne macellaie, compreso Marisa che mi sta registrando, e ai ragazzi specialmente dopo tutto questo periodo. Infatti si parla di guarigione, no? Si parla che queste storie, questa performance della Marisa, che è un'idea fantastica, serva alla guarigione della comunità. Alle mie ragazze e ai miei ragazzi spiego che in greco la parola crisis ha un doppio significato, vuol dire difficoltà, ma vuol dire anche opportunità. Per me vuol dire anche accelerazione di cambiamento. Il cambiamento è anche il cambiamento più forte, passare dalla malattia alla guarigione. Ecco, prendiamo questa crisi, facciamola diventare un'opportunità e sbrighiamoci al cambiamento, perché è importante in questo momento. Io il mio cambiamento penso di farlo continuamente, perché non finisce mai. Essere studente di veterinaria o comunque studente di università, trovarmi per certi aspetti dalla parte opposta, fare il macellaio e cercare di spiegare il benessere degli animali, che ora per fortuna sta cominciando ad andare di moda, speriamo, la morte onesta e la celebrazione del sacrificio, il ringraziamento, la morte che nutre la vita. La morte morte dell'animale che nutre la nostra vita. È per questo che insieme alla macelleria ho aperto 2 ristoranti in cui si mangia in convivio. Vi ricordate il convivere latino, che alcuni scambiano per un pranzo o una cena collettiva. Il convivere è più profondo, è anche quello, ma è il vivere insieme come traduzione, cioè a tavola, consumando il cibo carne, che è la nostra religione e la nostra messa laica. Consumando il cibo carne si onora la vita, si onora il sacrificio dell'animale e che nutre la nostra vita e si convive insieme. Io credo che il progetto della Marisa sia un progetto molto molto importante. Le storie di tutti, perché tutti siamo un piccolo mondo e abbiamo la nostra storia. E perché, come dicevano gli antichi alchimisti, il molto piccolo corrisponde al molto grande e la missione della vita è trasformare il piombo in oro, partire dalla pesantezza e far diventare la nostra vita individuale una storia di poesia. Carne dire.
I can't breathe, said the protesters in New York City when their lines were crushed by police vehicles. I can't breathe, said democracy, as the heavy knee of authoritarianism choked its principles. I can't breathe, cried humanity. I can't breathe, whispered nature. How many breaths will it take for us to disperse the illusion of separation, of white and black, of rich and poor, of east and west, of me and you? Breathe with me. While we still can, breathe with me. And let's keep breathing together, holding hands across the globe until we can finally exhale all that divides us. And with one almighty joyous breath, recognize there is but one race, and that racism is never against just one sector of society, but that it hurts all of us humans. 8 centuries ago, Iranian poet Saadi wrote these words which hang above the entrance of the UN building in NYC. The sons of Adam are limbs of each other, having been created of one essence. When the calamity of time affects one limb, the other limbs cannot remain at rest. If thou hast no sympathy for the trouble of others, thou art unworthy to be called by the name of a human. Are we still worthy of this name? Human. After pulling beers all night at the Red Garter, Motorino trips home to Poggio Imperiale had started to resemble the icy endurance tests on Japanese game shows. Florence was freezing. During the day, the temperature would struggle to a maximum of about 5 degrees, then sink to about 5 below zero at night. The cold forced me to finally assume the standard Motorino driving position. Drawing my torso into a tight ball, the amount of body exposed to sleet and snow was minimized, but the wind still cut into my eyes. I invariably arrived home with semi-frozen tears around my socks. Accustomed to Sydney's mild winters, Italy's extreme cold and damp was a shock. There was nothing warm in my suitcase, and in any case, Sydney warm clothes do not apply to Italian cold. Freezing weather requires a complete sub-zero wardrobe and an education to match, neither of which I possessed. It was as though I could not grasp the insidious nature of cold weather. Oh, a singlet will do fine underneath this warm jumper, I'd think, as I leapt about on the numbingly cold marble floor, under the illusion that everything would miraculously warm up. It never did, so I'd spend the night quivering with a bone-deep chill that I could never shake. Enter Paolo and his lectures on how to ward off the shivers. He introduced me to the wonders of a high-powered blow-dryer to warm up your sheets when they were frigorifically stiff with cold. He saved my red, chaffed cheeks from the icy wind by buying a windscreen from the Boxer. It was a small plastic windshield that he screwed onto the handlebars one freezing evening before we went to work. He berated me about my slack attitude to proper Spencers and woolen tights, and then surprised me with thermal goodies that were better than flowers any winter's day. His presents included a Thermex jacket specially designed for motorbikes in the cold, while his mother gave me a thickly padded brown suede jacket that she'd picked up at the markets. Il mio nome è Sandra. Sono nata il 6 gennaio del 1954. Che anni, ragazzi! Ho una sorella maggiore, la Nicoletta, e per il giorno della Befana di 54 facevano una grande festa con nonni e zie. Io ho pensato bene di arrivare proprio sul più bello alle 13, con 15 giorni di anticipo, quando tutti erano tranquilli e beati a tavola. Fu mandato di corso a primo, il mio babbo a chiamare l'elevatrice. Le nonne si misero a preparare quello che poteva poi servire all'elevatrice. I nonni e gli zii impegnati a sistemare la tavola e tutto il cibo che c'era. Mia sorella girava qua e là, arrabbiatissima e delusa, perché da reginetta del festa nessuno la considerava e non capiva perché. La mia mamma, che si faceva sentire sempre più nel parapiglia generale, a un certo punto la zia Adriana disse: «Ma Attilio?» «Sì, il fratello minore del mio babbo, lo zio Attilio dell'Oberilli, dov'era?» E fu allora che ricordarono che era sul tetto vestito da Befana, perché, d'accordo con il mio babbo, ad un suo segno dovevo far cadere del camino carbone e dolcetti per mia sorella e poi fatto scendere con la scala. Sarebbe entrato nella cucina facendo rimanere a bocca aperta mia sorella. A bocca aperta invece era lui, che urlava per farsi sentire nel disinteresse generale. Fu fatto poi scendere, ma una bella bronchita non gliela levo nessuno. La mattina dopo la mia mamma Maria disse al mio babbo: «Prima allora questa bambina di chiamera Alessandra. Vai all'anagrafe a registrarla. Primo, quando ti trovo davanti all'impiegata, una gran bella signora, cominciò a fare lo spiritoso con lei e si dimenticò il nome. Che nome? Mi ha detto la Maria per questa figliola. Ripensa un flash. Ah già, Sandra. Quando torna a casa disse alla mia mamma: Maria ha fatto, registrata anche Sandra. La mia mamma scranò gli occhi e fissando il mio babbo: ma primo, sempre il solito, non ascolti quando ti parlo. Alessandra ti avevo detto che si doveva chiamare. Primo, dopo un momento di esitazione, la guardo con occhi dolci e le disse: non ti arrabbiare, Maria, vorrà dire si fa prima a chiamarla.
Ciao Marisa, ci presentiamo. Siamo Progetto Itaca Firenze, un'associazione di volontariato che promuove una visione innovativa della malattia mentale in cui la persona è al centro e non la sua patologia, sostenendo la valorizzazione delle competenze che nonostante il disturbo persistono. Assieme ai soci, giovani affetti da disturbi psichiatrici di Club Itaca Firenze, https www.progettoitacafirenze.org/progetto/club-itaca/ ci incontriamo ogni giorno nella nostra sede di Corso Italia 32 per lavorare fianco a fianco ad attività organizzate in base al sistema del WOD, giornate strutturate di lavoro, che ogni partecipante è libero e stimolato ad arricchire tramite il proprio contributo e le proprie proposte. Una delle attività ricreative è quella di scrittura creativa, un'idea del nostro socio prof, grazie a cui abbiamo potuto scrivere qualcosa riguardo all'argomento che stai per trattare. Ci piacerebbe moltissimo contribuire alla tua iniziativa inviandoti 7 racconti dei nostri soci, 7 racconti che testimoniano vari modi di vivere il lockdown. Alcuni di noi si sono impegnati nelle attività del Club Itaca che potevano essere svolte anche a distanza, come ad esempio il Reach Out, momento in cui ci dedichiamo a contattare telefonicamente chi per vari motivi frequenta sporadicamente il club. Altri hanno raccontato di come quel periodo abbia rappresentato il dover rinunciare ad esperienze lavorative nuove o consolidate. Altri ancora invece hanno saputo vivere il lockdown come un'opportunità per riscoprirsi interessati e capaci di svolgere attività quotidiane che prima non ritenevano nelle loro corde. I primi giorni di quarantena non ero molto impegnata, mi annoiavo molto. Adesso invece mi occupo del reach out ai soci del Club Itaca e mi fa molto piacere perché mi sento utile e posso sentire i miei amici. Faccio 2 o 3 chiamate a settimana. Grazie al Busillis faccio della ginnastica a distanza e ci hanno dato un giornalino da utilizzare come diario in cui ci sono delle attività creative da svolgere. Inoltre in questo periodo ho imparato a leggere un po' di più. Di certo mi mancano gli amici, le attività nei vari centri che frequento e le uscite, ma sono molto fiduciosa che presto tornerà alla normalità e spero di andare 3 giorni ad Orbetello con gli amici di Club Itaca. Giulia. La mia vita prima del Covid-19, così viene chiamato dai mass media, tra le virgolette normale. Uscivo di frequente con amici, andavo spesso da parenti. Una volta annunciato il mostriciattolo alla TV, io, col mio ormai ex ragazzo, lo schernivamo, ovvero per noi era una psicosi inutile. Quando hanno finalmente chiuso, ovvero lockdownato, messo in atto il lockdown, non l'ho presi subito sul serio, nuovamente. E andavo da mia nonna a consegnarle cose varie ogni settimana perché per me star chiusa in casa è una vera prigionia. Dimenticavo di dire che io prima del lockdown lavoravo come addetta alle prime colazioni. Mi venne sospeso il lavoro. Poco dopo il lockdown ebbi un ricovero ospedaliero di ben 3 settimane. Adesso comunque mi sono rialzata. Penso che il Covid-19 abbia messo in ginocchio l'intera economia italiana, se non mondiale, e abbia messo tanta giustificata paura a tutti. Per il futuro mi aspetta una bella ripresa economica, oltre che al tanto sospirato vaccino, più serietà da parte di tutte le persone ed infine fuori da questo incubo. Carlotta. Durante questa quarantena ho fatto qualcosa di diverso. Mi sono occupato della spesa al supermercato e dall'ortolano e mi sono messo in moto di più. Ho iniziato ad aiutare di più a casa e ho fatto anche il caffè. Per me stare a casa è una cosa molto nuova. In questo periodo ho imparato a stare un po' meglio, anche se isolato e in solitudine. Devo però dire che mi sono sentito molto aiutato dal supporto telefonico di Club Itaca e del Circo Loco. Quando le restrizioni termineranno vorrei andare a trovare gli asini di un'associazione che conosco e sarebbe bellissimo fare un trekking con loro. Francesco. I primi giorni sono stati difficili perché mi sono resa conto che eravamo di fronte a un nemico misterioso ed ero un po' spaventata anche perché non mi sembrava vero, così come tuttora tutto ciò. Stiamo affrontando una cosa nuova, una situazione stranissima che non avevamo mai vissuto. Ad un tratto è cambiato tutto. Io avrei dovuto iniziare uno stage in una libreria, invece questo maledetto virus ha fatto saltare tutto. Hanno chiuso tutti i negozi, parchi, giardini dove ci ritroviamo con gli amici, hanno imposto nuove misure di sicurezza, cioè di andare a giro con la mascherina, essere a 1 metro di distanza tra l'uno e l'altro. Mi sembra quasi di trovarmi in un film. Ci hanno messo tutti in stand-by. In questo periodo, ormai 2 mesi, dove ogni giorno è uguale all'altro e il tempo non passa mai, io cucino di più, guardo più film, ho riscoperto anche l'hobby di fare i quaderni. Non potendo uscire con gli amici, faccio le videochiamate su WhatsApp. Anche la chiusura di Club Itaca è stato un momento molto triste perché ero abituata ad andarci tutti i giorni, non avendo altro da fare, a passare momenti piacevoli in compagnia. Tutto questo è molto strano e finita questa quarantena non vedo l'ora di riabbracciare i miei amici, la mia famiglia e lavorare. Speriamo che passi il prima possibile. Sole.
We fall in love so quickly with the hidden aspects of ourselves mirrored back to us in others. The desired knowledge yet to be obtained, the Promethean fire seemingly within our grasp, as philosophia, the love of knowledge, incarnate, dances across the room. The secret yearnings that ensnare the mind and captivate the heart, resounding through our very being, begging to breathe life, to be birthed into existence. This chest of gold, this secret treasure that we hide away or push aside into the shadowy corners of the soul. Repression, repression, repression. That which we will not acknowledge in ourselves will always be manifested elsewhere. That which has been made dark will certainly find a way to step out into the light. But that, my dear, is not love, nor is it another person. It is the forbidden apple that we long to bite, the secret parts of our being that would fructify our souls if we would only allow them to dance under the bacchanalia of the moonlight, in order to walk wholly in the sunlight. And who forbade us to eat from that tree, if none other than ourselves? And who cast us into the world of dualities? For evil is always nearest those that praise the sunshine, but deny the night. May we never forget those Luciferian virtues by wearing the crown of Christ too tight. So let us take a bite at the apple, for only then may we truly come to see, and in seeing, may we one day come to love.
The name of my story is Enoteca Pinchioi and the Toilet Brush. You're probably wondering what a 3-star Michelin restaurant has to do with a toilet brush, but that's my story. Anyway, many years ago, I was good friends with an American diplomat here in Florence, who invited one of his good friends out for the weekend from London. And he was a guy that's originally from Texas, but lived in London. He was working at a very prominent law firm, and a very wealthy man. Anyway, we had, we went out for lunch, we went out to Chianti, we spent most of the weekend hanging out together, and at the end of his trip, we exchanged phone numbers, as you do. He was also, a gay man, so, no big deal. Anyway, about a year later, my friend was no longer living in Florence, so I get a phone call from this man from London saying, hey, it's me, do you remember? And sure, how you doing? Listen, I'm going to be in Florence this weekend because I'm meeting up with some of my friends who are in Italy that are from Texas as well. And I was wondering, would you like to join us for dinner on Saturday night? I'm like, yeah, sure, that'd be great, I'd love to meet him. Where are we going? He said, look, I can't remember, it's some Enoteca, but I can't remember the name. I'll call you Saturday, I'll give you the details. I'm like, great, okay, it's on. He said, we're going to meet at 8 o'clock and whatever. And so I come Saturday, I went into work, I had to work, and I was wearing just not quite jeans, but they were, casual slacks and black halter top, and this stupid fake leather vinyl jacket that I have because when I ride on the scooters, it's for protection. So I'm working. Anyway, he calls, and still can't remember the name of the places. He says, there's this Enoteca on Via Pinchioi, Via Ghibellina. I'm like, okay, he gives me the address. And okay, great, I'll see you at 8. So I'm working, it's getting later and later. My idea was to stop off at home first, change into nicer clothes, freshen up, and then meet him there. Well, anyway, it gets late, and I'm realizing I'm not going to have time to stop home. Something, it's an Enoteca, a little cut above a pizzeria, not quite a restaurant, but, so I'm sure what I'm wearing is going to be fine. I'll just freshen up my hair and just meet him, go directly there. Anyway, I look into my wallet, I only have 50 euros. I'm like, that should be enough for an Enoteca, a primo and a glass of wine should be fine, I'm covered. So I wasn't worried about the money, just in case, he didn't imply that I was going to be a guest, but I didn't want to imply either, so I thought, okay. Anyway, I'm rushing. I get to Via Ghibellina, park my scooter, and as I get off the scooter, I step in the biggest, hugest pile of dog poo that's ever been pooed in Florence. I mean, it must have been Great Dane poo or elephant poo. I don't know what it was, but it was huge. And it gets all in my shoe. I was wearing those walking shoes with lots of little, ridges and holes and everything. It just gets everywhere. I'm trying to scrape it off, but it's now 8:05 and I'm running late. I can't get it all off. Anyway, I go to the address. I look up. There on the sign is Enoteca Pinchioi. I'm like, fuck! I can't go in. How am I going to go in? Looking like this. And the thing is, I didn't have my cell phone. This is pre-cell phone era. It was right at the beginning. I didn't have his cell phone. I had no way of contacting him to tell him I was going to be terribly late because I had to go home and change and get looking nice enough to enter this restaurant. What am I going to do? I'm like, screw it. I'm just going to walk in like I belong. I've been invited, and that's just what I'm going to look like, and I'm just going to do it. And I walked in, and I think the maitre d' thought I was the new dishwasher because he started indicating the kitchen. I said, no, I'm a guest. I'm with this table, blah, blah. So, they take my fake vinyl jacket, and, I hang it up. They hang it up for me. I come to the table. I was furious because they didn't tell me, he didn't tell me the proper name of this place. I was underdressed. I looked like shit. I was smelling like shit. He was visibly a little bit upset because I was late. Anyway, I excused myself. I met his friends. Hi. And I thought, I gotta do something about this shit coming from my shoe. So I excused myself, went to the bathroom, and the only thing I could find was the toilet brush. So I took off my shoe and I used that to clean off all the shit on my shoe and flushed everything down and got myself smelling a little bit better. Anyway, and went to the table. Now sitting down, you couldn't really see my casual slacks, and top was passable, but anyway, whatever, I saw it. And these Texans start having a pissing contest over who could buy the most expensive bottle of wine. So there were 600 bottles of Solaya being opened, and then someone had to spend some more. I'm thinking, oh my God, what am I to do? If I have to go Dutch with these guys, I only have 50 euros. I'm thinking, okay, I'll just put it on my credit card and I'll max it out. I don't care. I'm just going to enjoy it. So as I'm getting drunker and food and, you know, just drunk on more of the experience more than the wine, it started to click. These guys were, you know, from Texas. They were, as the conversation progressed, I realized that they were really big Bush supporters, big time Republicans, oil, you know, in the oil industry. That's where they got all their money. And this guy from London obviously wasn't out to his friends. And I was supposed to be his fake date. I was supposed to pretend, you know, I was going out with him, and you know, he was going to show off that he was out with a girl. And you know, I'm slow. I'm just slow with these things. I didn't realize until way into the meal that that's what was going on, and that got me even more furious because all they had to do was tell me, of course, for a free meal at Pinchione, I would play the role. I don't care, you know. Anyway, so whatever. The bill comes and it's over 6,000 euros, and thank God he did offer to pay my part, and so I didn't have to wash the dishes that night. Anyway, so we parted our ways, and I've never heard from him since. But you know, I did get to eat at Pinchione. I did drink, you know, some really fine wines. But hopefully I can go back there one day, not looking like shit, not smelling like shit, dressed properly, and enjoy it with my wife, and not have to hide my sexuality or pretend. Anyway, so that's my Pinchione and the toilet brush story.
Cats on the balcony, joining the birds in song. Harmony with the church bells, they try to sing along. Shutters creaking open, sun landing on my skin and on my lips. Prayer of thanks for this place that I'm in. Carry me to my home. Carry me to this place I've come to call my own. And when I'm far away, I feel you every day. Carry me, just carry me away. High heels and leather boots, clicking on cobblestones, rushing for morning coffee from Florence down the road. Oh, we gather at the counter, the barista knows my style, and every cup is guaranteed a greeting and a smile. His voice is overflowing like cappuccino foam. Luca's shouting orders, Francesca's on the phone, and words as thick as honey that linger on my tongue, like notes of a new melody. I'm learning one by one. Portami, del posto che te casa mia, se non sono lì, sempre con me. Carry me on, carry me away.
challenges and heights in particular have never frightened me excessively. I can climb to the top of a medieval tower and lean with my full weight on the railing to wave down at friends below like any careless youth, but this is a different type of vertigo. The day I decided to take the leap offered promise, like any other day when you wake up to the sound of birds rather than the buzz of an alarm. At the time, I was unaware of how profoundly my feet would influence me, and even now, 3 decades later, I'm still surprised at how things have turned out. Imagine you're at the bottom of a ladder that rises into the dark peaks of a circus tent. It starts at your feet and you think you know where it ends, but are you sure? You tilt your head back as far as it will go to get a better look. You get a cramp in your neck and butterflies in your stomach. You caress the smooth, light-colored wood. It sways gently like a single blade of glass, poking up through the water at the edge of a pond. With both hands, you seize the ladder as if, full of passion, you're about to pull the new lover close for an embrace. You feel a flutter in your chest, knowing that you may be rejected and thrown to the ground. The only way to eliminate doubt is to try. Rays of hope that are washed away by the ordered drops of the rain. Rain that falls as tears from the angry eyes. As the mind lifts the submerged heart from the clouds within my chest. Filled with sadness, the heart still rises for hope. Florence isn't broken. She's healing. That's the thought that struck me on seeing Francesco Spigli's extraordinary photos of our beloved city, taken for journalistic purposes and using the utmost precautions. That healing is going to take time, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. But in many ways, Florence has earned a break. The Pietra Serena stones and the epochal monuments frequented by billions down the centuries. There's a haunting beauty in this brutal eclipse, an interval for personal reflection and a return to simplicity. This morning, after winning the rubbish bin run, conversations like this must be taking place all over up and down the country as folks try not to squabble over who gets to walk the dog, who gets to take the trash, who gets to go and buy the essentials. Light's gonna break. Purple sky. Whispers in the morning air. This place is speaking to me, but I don't understand. My eyes are on the sky, but I'm lost in space. I am an unnatural thing. Fake. And becoming more fake. Where is home? The sky answers. Unclench. Mouth empty. Space. I don't remember why I came. This ground knows me now, better than anyone. Stone knows my name. I do. I do understand. I'll come back here one day from a changed life and find bones of a dog behind crumpled rust, tail still clumped with fur. Flies come and gone. Ghost remains. Yeah, I'll tell the old dog. Yeah. I left my bones in the earth here once too.
So I'm Paula from Montreal, Canada. I'm French-Canadian. And my love affair with Italy all started in the year 2000. I was 15 going on 16, and my parents decided to bring me on a month-long trip to Tuscany to visit also some family. So we came to Seravezza, which is a small town in Versilia on the coast of Tuscany. and that's where my grandparents are from. So on my mom's side of the family, my grandparents were from Seravezza. Well, my grandmother. My grandfather was of Italian origin, but was born in Scotland. So quite a mix. So we came for a month-long vacation to Seravezza. I didn't speak a word of Italian. I was 15 and I absolutely loved it. We rented a little apartment with 2 bedrooms, and it was right in the central piazza of this little town of Seravezza. And so we were looking out on the piazza, and my sister and I, we would go with our parents to the beach, we would go shopping, and we would eat lots of great food, and so we were having a really good time. And then at one point, I'm sitting on the windsill, reading The Great Gatsby, because that was our summer read. So I'm reading The Great Gatsby, and this boy from the piazza looks up to the window and says, "Come ti chiami?" And I go, "I'm sorry, no parlo italiano." And he says, "What's your name?" And I said, "Oh, it's Paola." And he's like, "Paola, come. And I said, "Okay, well, Mom, Dad, can I go play with the other kids?" And this boy introduced me to all the youth of Seravezza. And I was like in heaven, you know, there was like, of course, lots of cute boys and wonderful, fun girls, and every evening we would meet in the piazza and in different areas, different little hideouts of this little paese, and I was like just in love. I was just in love with this whole concept of, you know, sitting on the windowsill, them inviting you down, meeting everybody in the town. Everybody knew me in, you know, a week's time. And so I was now officially the Canadese, so La Canadese. So where's La Canadese tonight? Let's invite the La Canadese. And I made this group of friends, and I absolutely couldn't have dreamed of a better summer vacation. So honestly, at that point in my mind, I remember telling my parents, "Look, Mom, Dad, I love Italy. I'm going to go live there one day. This is like my home. I love the community life. I love that everybody took care of everybody. I love that my parents would let me hang out into the piazza until midnight. I mean, in Montreal, it was like I had to be home at 10 or 10:30. In the piazza, they felt, you know, that the neighborhood was taking care of me. And then the other cool thing was, because my grandmother was from that town, my mom and my uncle had spent summers there, and so slowly all the stories started to come out about them too. So they were like, "Oh, you know," some of these kids were like, "You know, my dad used to love your mom and date her and was chasing after her for all the summers that she was here, was totally in love with Rita." And the other people were like, "Oh, your uncle, he was such a Casanova," and my uncle was an artist. He was a musician, right? So he was a singer-songwriter. So he would write songs, and of course he'd come with his guitar and play in the piazza. So all this connection to my mom, my uncle, my grandparents, and all the way back, hearing all these stories was just fascinating to me. And I was like, "Oh my God, I think I have found my place in the world." And in Canada, I always felt that there was something missing, and this seemed to be like the missing piece. So my determined self, I was like, you know, this is what I want to do with my life, is go live in Italy. So I was like, I'm going to study languages and my dad, who's an engineer, was like, no way, Paula, you're not going to study languages. Like, you have to study sciences. You have to keep open all your doors. And I was like, I was a bright kid. I really was good with languages. And I really loved the idea of being a translator or an interpreter or finding some way to learn Italian and make a living out of it. But I was like, okay with my dad being like, yeah, you know, you should study sciences, because honestly, I actually did love biology and science and all that extra stuff, you know. So I was like, okay, Dad, fine. I will study sciences. So I studied sciences, and then I studied Italian on the side. I spent all of my summers of my youth. I worked all year long in clothing shops and cafes to make enough money to be able to pay myself a vacation, my plane ticket to get to Italy for the summer. And I would come and hang out with all my friends instead of doing stuff. And go to the beach, and then go to the discos, and it was just like awesome times. Really awesome times. And then I'd come back to Canada, 5 kilos fatter because I ate all this wonderful Italian food and with a great tan and the coolest Italian clothes, and everybody was so jealous of me. And I loved it. I loved it. And then I originally wanted to, like, my dad, what should I do? And then he was like, oh, you should study pharmacy because you could get a really good job in Quebec. And I was like, sure, Dad, fine. You know, if it's like guaranteed good salary, that's good for me, and let's go for it. And the faculty of pharmacy is like close to Jumper University, so I actually didn't get in. And I had this fallback plan, which was agricultural school. I was thinking of going into natural medicines, right? So to be a naturopath. So this is why I wanted to study like botanical science. So I get rejected from pharmacy. I'm like super upset, and then I'm like pack up all my shit to go to agricultural college, university on the other side of Montreal, far from my family. And I'm like, you know, out in the hicks of Montreal. And I get there, and I live on the campus, and it's absolutely amazing, and I love it. So this whole plant science, agriculture was fascinating, and I was like, okay, good. So I graduated with my degree in agriculture, and I was like, okay, I still want to move to Italy. What can I do with agriculture in Italy? And for me, it was obviously kind of, you know, wine popped up. My dad was always a really kind of big fan of wines and amateur. He always had me tasting wines from the time I was 11. He had me sniffing the wines, telling him what I could smell. And I guess it was like subtly there without it being obvious that I had this passion. And I would have never picked it out myself. It just seemed to show up in my path. So I'm at university, and I see on the billboard this master's program in Europe for vineyard management, marketing, and winemaking. And I was like, shit, this sounds awesome. And then I look into it, and it's a European Commission funded master's program with semesters in Italy, Spain, and France. And they basically accept international students. It was like called Erasmus Mundus. So rather than being European students, it was students from outside of Europe. I was like, oh my God, this just seems to fit like a glove. And I sent in my application. I flew over to France for an interview, and this was my one shot, basically, like all my eggs in one basket. I was like, okay, it's this or nothing. It's this or nothing. Like this just sounds like it's perfect for me. I get to study in different countries. I get to see different cultures. I get to learn new languages. I get to study science. I get to study winemaking, and learn more about it. And I wasn't wrong. I got accepted. I won a scholarship, a fully funded fellowship to do the program, so all my expenses paid, my tuition, my lodging, my food, my travel, everything. So it was incredible. I was like, I can't believe it. I worked hard, I studied hard. So it was like, I couldn't believe it because I was like, I can't believe like I've actually done this, but I knew that I had also deserved it. So I moved out to France to begin the program in October 2006. So 6 years later, after my first experiences in Italy. Sorry, phone call. So after, I mean, it was more than I could have ever dreamed of was this program, this master's program. It was incredible. It was incredible. We met all sorts of people that worked in the wine industry. We didn't have professors. We had like people from the trade. We had winemakers coming to talk instead of giving us classes. We did lots of practical work. We visited lots of estates. We went to small estates, big estates, and I had found my calling in life. I had found my passion. It was like I was getting goosebumps from tasting these wines and hearing about these winemakers' stories, these vignerons, and how they got into wine, how many generations, and I knew it was kind of what I had to do in life. So I finished my studies and I was like, okay, I did my thesis in Italy so I could get a degree that was valid in Italy so I could find a job, and I moved back to Florence in 2008 looking for a job, and it was impossible. Nobody would give me the time of day. I was 22, must have been 22 or 23 at the time. And nobody wanted to give me an opportunity. I spoke 4 languages, I studied, I had a degree in agriculture, I had a master's degree in viticulture and enology, and it was practically like I was overqualified and too young. Most of them didn't believe I had done all that already. They were like, oh, you should still be studying, you know, like studying and getting a laurea is a philosophical thing, you know, you have to spend more time doing it. You're obviously too young to already be looking for a job. So these were my first big disappointments in Italy, you know. I was full of energy, I was full of like optimism, and then I started getting the door shoved in my face. And I tried for 6 months to look for a job and not finding anything that was suitable. I mean, of course, they were like, yeah, sure, be a secretary, you know, here, do some administration. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do administration. I studied winemaking. I'm a winemaker. I want to pick grapes and make wine. I don't want to sit behind a desk or do tours for foreigners, you know? I want to really have my hands in there. And I ended up going to France because they gave me opportunities. So I went to France, I loved it, I got a huge amount of experience, they let me do everything. I had this very charismatic boss who was also very famous winemaker for one of the most famous estates, the Rothschild estate in France. He was my mentor, and he saw I was talented, and he encouraged me. He was like, you know what, Paula, if you can't find a job, then make one for yourself. You should have your own vineyard. You should have your own estate. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. Everything that maybe you don't know, you're going to learn by doing it, and you should do it. Okay, I have to stop again now. I'll continue in a bit.
A woman in a green coat comes in and commands me with a gentle voice to undress. I wonder why nakedness is a requirement when paying tribute to pain, but my thought is left unfinished as fear crushes all my instincts for normality. Nothing is natural anymore, and I choose to carefully take out that shield that I always place between me and the world while facing death. I'm numb, and as my bed is pushed into the unknown, I turn my head and see the stranger talking to me, using only his smile and dark blue eyes. He knows my pain. He understands my fear. And when I smile back, I realize I know his story because his story is to be my own. I never pictured death to be green, but all the white coats that I used to hate are gathered in a big circle, waiting for my stretcher to fill that empty space between them, wearing green scrubs. I love green. Green is the essence of all living things, and whenever darkness overcomes one, green is the natural choice for the brain to hope again. I used to think that green is the color of true friendship, true love, true happiness. But now green may be the last color I see. A giant woman speaks to me and calls my fear back from the numb shield. I hear my mumbling words that beg her for my life, not being able to control them. I try to invent flashes of my past, but my mind refuses to form any images and leaves me with nothing but my own void. The woman takes a new needle out, and as I close my eyes, I catch an image of the contorted face the girl in the coffin had, dressed in her immaculate wedding dress. I quickly adapted to wearing a mask and learning the do's and don'ts of living with a pandemic. I'm a nurse and appointed myself Chief Infection Control Officer at the villa. My main goal was to keep my 90-year-old friend safe and well, and that I did. My frantic desire to see as much as I could in Florence was replaced by calmness and a relinquishing into the rhythm of villa life. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to be. I walked through the villa grounds. I watched the vegetables grow. I enjoyed the simplicity. I played with Tina, the family cat, observed her, laughed at her, and wrote an adventure story about her. We spent time in the sun. I can only remember the weather being perfect during that time. After lunch, we would rest in the garden for a siesta, and every afternoon around 4 p.m. we did the passeggiata, meeting at a distance with the tenants who lived in the upstairs area of the villa. I chatted endlessly to my 90-year-old companion. I learned about her interesting life, her values, and her desires around food. As a family of 4, we ate lunch together every day. We all contributed. I ate Tuscan dishes and learned about eating seasonally, but most importantly, eating without waste. We ate well and we ate with passion. We laughed a lot because we decided that was the best thing to do. For that time, I felt I lived a truly authentic Italian life. As restrictions in Florence eased, I ventured out. Firstly, to see the last of the irises in the famous Iris Garden. I ventured further, to the empty streets of Florence. It was so sad, but so beautiful. My feelings so mixed, knowing the devastation to such a city, but marveling in the fact that I will never see Florence in such a way again. And I will never forget walking through the Bardini Gardens with no one else around, admiring David in all his glory without the hordes of people. I primi giorni sono stati difficili perché mi sono resa conto che eravamo di fronte a un nemico misterioso ed ero un po' spaventata, anche perché non mi sembrava vero, così come tuttora, tutto ciò. Stiamo affrontando una cosa nuova, una situazione stranissima che non avevamo mai vissuto. Ad un tratto è cambiato tutto. Io avrei dovuto iniziare uno stage in una libreria, invece questo maledetto virus ha fatto saltare tutto. Hanno chiuso tutti i negozi, i parchi, i giardini, dove ci ritroviamo con gli amici. Hanno imposto nuove misure di sicurezza, cioè di andare a giro con la mascherina e stare a 1 metro di distanza tra uno e l'altro. Mi sembra quasi di trovarmi in un film. Ci hanno messo tutti in stand-by. In questo periodo, ormai 2 mesi, dove ogni giorno è uguale all'altro e il tempo non passa mai, io cucino di più, guardo più film, ho riscoperto anche l'hobby di fare i quaderni. Non potendo uscire con gli amici, faccio le videochiamate su WhatsApp. Anche la chiusura di Club Ithaca è stato un momento molto triste, perché ero abituata ad andarci tutti i giorni, non avendo altro da fare, a passare momenti piacevoli in compagnia. Tutto questo è molto strano. È finita questa quarantena, non vedo l'ora di riabbracciare i miei amici, la mia famiglia e lavorare. Speriamo che passi il prima possibile.
Alright, so I am with France, and after France, and after my mentor basically being like, okay, you should absolutely be a winemaker, you're talented, you're passionate, you love it. I basically reach out to my parents and I'm like, Mom, Dad, I've had this experience, I've done everything, I've driven the tractor, I've picked grapes, I've made wine, I've worked in the winery, I've worked with the pumps, I know how to do everything, I want to be a winemaker. And it's not possible for me to find a job in Italy as a winemaker because I'm foreign, I'm Canadian. They all go like, what does a Canadian girl think she's gonna do? Show us how to make wine? When we've been here doing wine for thousands of years. And so I said, my mentor back in France said, you know, I should look into having my own vineyard, and they look at me and they don't go like, Polly, you're crazy. They go, that's a fantastic idea. I think that would be great. That sounds amazing. You should start looking. And it was right after the crisis in the US in 2008, 2009. So this was now, yeah, mid 2009. And due to the crisis in the US, the sales of Tuscan wines were way down, and this actually gave rise to a lot of estates being for sale, because honestly I thought, who would ever sell their wine estates? I mean, they just get passed on from father to son, and surely it's not possible to just pick up, you know, a vineyard at your local real estate agency. And on the other hand, I mean, I had a lot of contacts in Italy already, friends, people that worked at the university, and I started asking around, and then one person brings me to see an estate, and then the word sort of gets out that there's a Canadian girl who wants to buy an estate, and I go to the local association, the local farmer associations, and sorry, I'm driving, so I go to the local farmers association to get certified as like a young entrepreneur, and this will help me get loans, and then I go talk to the banks, and then they tell me like I need to prepare a business plan, and I get my parents involved, and they're super enthusiastic and excited about the idea, and I basically find an apartment to live in Florence, and from Florence I go around all of Tuscany looking at estates for sale. And honestly, it just seems crazy intimidating, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, can I really do this? And now at this point I'm 24, 25, and I really want to make wine, and I'm really passionate about what I do, and so I'm like, yes. You gotta do it, Paula. Like, now's the time. Like, you have nothing to lose. If you screw up, like, you're still young and you can still reinvent yourself and do something else. And I visit all these estates, and I'm like uncertain and like not sure. I'm like, it could be like in Brunello di Montalcino, or I could be in Chianti, or in Chianti Classico, or in Montepulciano, or Marilino Scansano. So I've got all these appellations, and I'm learning about Sangiovese, and I already love Sangiovese, but I'm delving into like the history and the culture behind the wines, and super excited about the whole project. I make a short list of the estates that I like most, and my estate in Gaiole that I'm now the owner of is not on my short list. So Limicini is not at all on my short list, but my parents come out to visit some of the places. They're helping me get the loans, they're helping me with the project, and so they want to be involved. So they come out, and my dad sees Limicini Estate, and he's just like, this is the one. And I'm like, Dad, no, like, it's in the middle of nowhere, I don't want to go live in Gaiole, I want to be closer to Florence, it's going to be so isolating, being out in the middle of nowhere, I'm going to be by myself, I don't have any family here, I don't have any friends around here, and he's sort of like, I don't care, this is the best estate. And I was like, hey, well, also, like, it's nowhere near what we can afford, so the banks can lend us so much, and we can't afford this. And then he goes, well, we'll just make an offer with what we can, and they'll never accept, but, at least we'll kind of warm ourselves up. And I go, okay, sure, Dad, like, why not? Just let him have this one, right? And little do I know is like, we all like sign these documents, yeah, okay, we'll offer this much, and like, I'm like, they weren't even here anymore at that point. They had gone back to Canada, and so we signed the documents, and I'm with the real estate agent, and like, she's taking me back to my car, and the previous owners call and they say, yeah, we accept the offer. And this was like 20 minutes after having sent by fax our offer. And I was like, oh shit, what did I do? And I was like, no, what did I do? I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I am now the owner of an estate in Tuscany. And I'm, you know, and it was like May. So May they accepted, and then they're like, okay, we have to make all the documents and all the transition before the harvest. And they were very upset, I think, to leave the estate. There was no transition. I think we had 2 days together. They were like, these are the keys, these are all the doors, this is where all the stuff is. Good luck. And they left. And that was me, you know, on my own with 7 hectares of vineyard, harvest to plan in a few months, wines to bottle, website to be made, employees to be managed. And that's it. 10 years later, 11 years later, I'm still here. I love making wine. Having a business in Italy, not easy. Very stressful. Bureaucratic nightmare. But it's Italy, you know, so you have to enjoy the small pleasures in life, and that's something we do a lot of in Italy, right? So good wine, good food, good company, lots of time spent outdoors because the weather's fabulous. So there you go. That's my story.
La scultura nell'angolo che copro con le tracce delle tutte vostre storie è fatto dalla mia storia. Una storia che ora spero ha un nuovo inizio, che che abbiamo tutti bisogno, no? The sculpture in the corner that I am slowly covering with the traces of all of your stories is my story, sewn together some years ago now. That hopefully in the baptism of all of your stories begins a new part of life for all of us.
Mi presento, sono Dario Cecchini, faccio il macellaio a Panzani in Chianti, questo piccolo paese nel cuore della Toscana, lo faccio ormai da 45 anni e sono qui a raccontarvi la mia storia. La mia storia è di una famiglia felice, una famiglia di macellai, una famiglia senza troppi soldi ma con tanta gioia, tanta serenità, babbo, mamma, una sorella più piccola e una nonna. Solo che quando io ero molto giovane, avevo 14 anni, la mamma si è ammalata di tumore, sono stati anni molto molto difficili, erano gli anni 70, io ho 66, 65 anni, quindi sono del 55, erano gli anni 70, le cure per la chemioterapia erano molto dolorose. È come se si fosse incrinato un incantesimo di gioia in questo piccolo paese in cui tutti ci si conosceva, per fortuna ci si conosce ancora, in cui tutte le chiavi erano nelle porte delle abitazioni, cioè tutto era condiviso dalla comunità. Poi è successo al babbo, alla fine siamo rimasti soli io, la mia sorellina più piccola e la nonna. Io ero riuscito a continuare a studiare, liceo scientifico, buoni voti, università di veterinaria a Pisa e poi lasciata per l'Università di Agraria a Firenze perché era più vicina e cercavo di riuscire a mantenere gli studi e nel tempo stesso la macelleria, peraltro senza un vero insegnamento di macelleria perché non c'era stato il tempo e quindi il lavoro di macellaio me lo sono molto inventato da me. Sono stati anni durissimi, io credo di avercela fatta a questo punto, di aver passato da me gli anni dell'apprendistato e di aver avuto anche un buon successo. Non mi sono mai scordato della scuola, ho continuato a studiare per come potevo e a cercare di bilanciare il lavoro di macellaio, cioè il lavoro di bottega, tra virgolette, con il sostegno per la comunità, con impegni di testimone all'ospedale Maia e altre cose. E cioè di mantenere vivo quello spirito toscano e quello spirito di appartenenza a una famiglia più allargata che sono le cose che mi piacciono di più. Adoro la poesia e in particolare la Divina Commedia, che sono tanti anni, qualche volta me la ricordo anche a memoria. E insieme alla Divina Commedia tengo due poesie che consiglio e che a me mi hanno aiutato tanto. Sono Itaca di Cavafis e Istanti di Borges, che raccontano il cammino, il viaggio della vita, il senso di questo viaggio. E che dire, credo che la poesia mi curi l'anima. Ai miei ragazzi e alle ragazze che lavorano in macelleria ho allevato, sia allevato nel senso toscano della vecchia bottega rinascimentale, sia ragazzi ma anche tante donne macellaie, compreso Marisa che mi sta registrando. E ai ragazzi, specialmente dopo tutto questo periodo. Infatti si parla di guarigione, no? Si parla che queste storie, questa performance della Marisa, che è un'idea fantastica, serva alla guarigione della comunità. Alle mie ragazze e ai miei ragazzi spiego che in greco la parola crisis ha un doppio significato, vuol dire difficoltà, ma vuol dire anche opportunità. Per me vuol dire anche accelerazione di cambiamento. Il cambiamento è anche il cambiamento più forte, passare dalla malattia alla guarigione. Ecco, prendiamo questa crisi, facciamola diventare un'opportunità e sbrighiamoci al cambiamento, perché è importante in questo momento. Io il mio cambiamento penso di farlo continuamente, perché non finisce mai. Da essere studente di veterinaria o comunque studente di università, trovarmi per certi aspetti dalla parte opposta, fare il macellaio e cercare di spiegare il benessere degli animali, che ora per fortuna sta cominciando ad andare di moda, speriamo, la morte onesta e la celebrazione del sacrificio, il ringraziamento, la morte che nutre la vita, la morte dell'animale che nutre la nostra vita. È per questo che insieme alla macelleria ho aperto 2 ristoranti in cui si mangia in convivio. Vi ricordate il convivere latino, che alcuni scambiano per un pranzo o una cena collettiva. Il convivere è più profondo, è anche quello, ma è il vivere insieme come traduzione, cioè a tavola, consumando il cibo carne, che è la nostra religione e la nostra messa laica, consumando il cibo carne, si onora la vita, si onora il sacrificio dell'animale e che nutre la nostra vita e si convive insieme. Io credo che il progetto della Marisa sia un progetto molto molto importante. Le storie di tutti, perché tutti siamo un piccolo mondo e abbiamo la nostra storia. E perché, come dicevano gli antichi alchimisti, il molto piccolo corrisponde al molto grande e la missione della vita è trasformare il piombo in oro, partire dalla pesantezza e far diventare la nostra vita individuale una storia di poesia. Carme Dio.
So when I first came here, I kept my from the very starting, and whenever I go everywhere, I just keep my mind open. You should be open-minded because you are going to a totally different culture, a language, and everything is totally different. So I thought maybe the people will be good, they will be nicer, that they are, but mostly I find them fake or these things I was telling you earlier. And the first thing is people are they are hi, there's that, okay, we'll see, we'll have dinner. They just say that. And I didn't get this thing. When you do not want to do that particular thing, anything, why to say it? Why to even approach someone for this thing? Just be at your zone, and I'm happy in mine. So don't be like that. Okay, we'll meet, we'll have dinner, this and that. And I have seen people, they are so close to my house, and they even don't bother to say hi or this. It's not that I am I'm antisocial or I don't want to talk or I'm dying for some other company. I'm perfectly fine in my own company. I just enjoy it. It's just that people find me sometimes antisocial because I'm not from this culture. I bet anyone to go to India and just talk to everyone they do here. You can't. You just can't suddenly go to somewhere and you're like, ha ha ha, yeah, that kind of thing. So you're getting me now. So there's,
So people are like, okay, you're antisocial, you don't talk. And then when I'm texting you, like I text them. I know it's not like you can't talk to me every time or you can't see me. But people say, okay, we'll see you, we'll have dinner, blah 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 blah, on my face when I'm in front of them. And then, like, they never reply back to my texts. Like, I approached 1 or 2 times, like, maybe, like, they are feeling me difficult, so I should approach. So I did my part. But then, from like anything, any relation in the world, it don't goes like one person is giving you the hand and the other person is like, no. So, and look, no relation goes like that. Friendship or like it's a boyfriend or husband, anything. But people are like say like they are saying something, doing something. I find this very, very, very irritating. Like, how come you don't talk to people? You don't know what's going on in their life, what they're doing, what they're up to, and they are like suddenly, okay, like, why this weird thing is. And secondly, like, I find it difficult. Like, it's so difficult to find job here. This country is like, people are so rigid. They don't want to learn new things. They have their old ways of doing things. And they keep on doing those things like their way. They don't want to adapt something new, like learn something new. No. So I understand. It's maybe like the whole country is very antique and they want to preserve their blah blah these things. But that's a problem for people like me. So like it should not be this much rigid. And even if like okay, suppose if I change my career or like I do this thing, why people are like so different here? Because at the end, nobody wanna take these buildings or these architectures, this building, everything. Nobody gonna like take these things when they die. These things will remain here. So what I personally believe, like people remember how you behave with them, how you make them feel when you're with them, or I'm not finding the actual word. It's like people remember how good you were with them, or it's like nobody gonna remember these things. I was in Italy, the building was so beautiful, I'm not gonna remember this. It's like different with me, like maybe and with the others, I will stay here for a long time. But it's like if some other people who are like me, they are like foreigners and they came here and they didn't find something they always wanted to do from the very like when you're in school, you always decide like you have to do this thing, and then eventually at a time you are at a phase of a life like you can't do that thing. You need to change your career completely. Someone accepts that and they do it, like because that's life. You can't be like okay, I wanted to do this, I will do this. But like people, I'm just so disappointed with this thing. Nobody will remember that was, oh, the beautiful city, the beautiful town, blah, blah, blah. They remember the people, how they behave, how they are. And like, as a human, you should be, now I miss the word. So that is so missing here. Like, they can't make you feel home. And I'm a kind of girl, like I can go anywhere. I can make that place feel homely, like you have the feeling, you make friends, you stay with them, you connect with them. But here it's like no connection. People are like blah blah blah. They just like faking things from the upper, and like I don't know why they talk when there is nothing like they will do in future. So this is the main thing with my story. Till now, I face this, and I'm still trying to know them better, like why they do these certain things. Because I never faced such thing in my life, never. In India, if you don't talk, like you can't love everybody, you can't hate everybody. So some people are like, but you can't be friends with everybody. So you're like in my office, you just say hi, okay. But it's not like if one person is sitting at the corner and you are on the first row and suddenly one day you're like, hi, how are you? Let's have dinner. And then you are having, no, you don't do that. If you saying hi, hello to that person, it will be till that, not any further. But I don't understand how people here are. And it's not only Italians, some other people I met. So I feel like why this weird thing is. So I think like the nature of these people, they never gonna know what they are doing wrong. Like if you don't want to talk, don't talk it. Nah, don't fake it. And what the hell is this? Saying everybody ciao, buongiorno, ciao, buongiorno, and you don't even know your neighbors properly. Like it's been a year I'm here, and I don't know the name of the person who stays right, like on the neighborhood of mine. So like why it's this? Maybe like I'm telling this story because I'm from a very different background or culture because it's never happened. I'm telling you, it's never happened. So then now I just saw this and now I'm just trying to, okay, but like Indian. See this, what is this? And you won't believe it, it's like when I told like this incident happened with me, I won't tell you the name, but it's like, and then they are like this Nigerian, they're like Nigerian, like I felt it very, like why you're calling like Nigerian, it don't have a name, proper name or something else. So they're like, so what if like you are from India, you are Indian English, well, what the hell is this? You can call me by my name, but I'll take that thing with me, not anything else. I just wanted to say in the end, like why this thing is, okay, I can understand certain things don't work your way, then you need to change your career or certain things because that's life. But these people, I think these need some like, they need to understand this thing. Nobody gonna take anything from you. Nobody want you anything. If you are not interested in anybody's life, just enjoy your own. Like they are not happy in their own. They want to fake. Why to do this? And the way you behave with people, you fake it. Everybody get to know it. It's not like that you are doing like fake in front of me. Hi and this and I don't know. Like on my back way to. I know what you're doing behind me. So, like, I will not remember any other thing. Like, oh, I know the country is beautiful, it's amazing. But in the end, when I'll die, I'll not think, oh, what a beautiful country I lived in. No, I will always remember how the people behaved, how they made me feel home. Like in India, there's so many states. I used to go anywhere and I feel like home. It's not because it's my country, but the people there, they don't fake. Or they will not be like, I want to be a friend, but not friend. There is nothing like that. It's not because of that country. It's not the country, it's not made up of this buildings or these things, the system, how it works. It eventually, it's like the people who made the country, make the country. With everything. And at the end, I'll remember how they behaved with me, how they were. I'll take that thing with me, not anything else.
Cats on the balcony, joining the birds in song. Harmony with church bells, they try to sing along. Shutters creaking open, sun landing on my skin and on my lips. Prayer of thanks for this place that I'm in. Carry me to my home. Carry me to this place I've come to call my own. And when I'm far away, I feel you every day. Carry me, just carry me away. High heels and leather boots, clicking on cobblestones. Rush for morning coffee from Florence Voices overflowing like cappuccino foam. Lucas shouting orders, Francesca's on the phone. Words as thick as honey that linger on my tongue, like notes of a new melody. I'm learning one by one. Portami, del posto che casa mia, se non sono lì, sempre con me, carry me away. The mercury is hot. Everything is boiling like pasta in a pot. Buildings turn to ovens, baking in the heat. The sizzle of the pavement, all right below my feet. It's sunset by the river, flirted with the breeze, rushing by my shoulder, then running like a tease. The chill of a prosecco, gelato cold and sweet, laughter in the open air with friends I'm sure to meet. Portami, nel posto che per caso mia, se non sono lì, sempre con me. I say carry me up, carry me away, carry me to my homeland, carry me to this place I've come to call my own. And when I'm far away, I feel you every day. I said carry me, just carry me away, carry me, carry me, carry me, carry me. Oh, portami, portami, portami.
Laszlo Honig was born on the 11th of April 1905 in Tlumac, Galicia, a vanished country in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He was one of 8 siblings. The oldest, Mark, I only discovered a few years ago when my uncle Nicky told me about him when I was in London in 1977. My father moved to Budapest and then Dusseldorf, where he studied drawing and sculpture. On being told that he would not be the world's best sculptor, he moved to Berlin, and there he studied architecture and furniture design. It's not clear whether he attended the Bauhaus. In 1933, he was invited to design a house for a senior member of National Socialist Party. On returning to his apartment in Budapest Strasse, his fellow students said, "Laszlo, they're burning books in Bauerplatz. It's not safe for you to stay." The commission had come from Goebbels. They knew the Turkish ambassador, and so he was smuggled aboard a ship from Hamburg to England. On arrival, he was arrested, but he managed to make the police understand that he had a brother in Ipswich, and he came to collect him. As many Hungarians, he went to work for Alexander Korda, specifically for one of the brothers Vincent in the art department. 3 years later, Laszlo established his own design studio on South Audley Street. The company, specializing in furniture and interior design. He had some wonderful colleagues. As a child, I traveled with my parents to Italy and Switzerland. He would attend the design show in Milan for a few days. Then we would holiday in San Remo, Lake Como, and Lucerne. I'm writing this at Easter. I remember helping one of the staff the night before place eggs outside the doors of guests so they would find them on Saturday morning. In the early 50s, Laszlo met my mother, Naomi Simmons, known as Nonny. They were happy together until his death in 1971. Nonny kept the business open until the end. We archived the material and sent the furniture and artworks into storage in Sydney, where we lived until I moved to Italy in 2009. We should keep our apartment in Florence and visit from time to time. Sono passati 6 mesi dall'inizio del lockdown, da quella bellissima giornata di primavera del 8 di marzo in cui, mentre gli alberi erano in fiore, cominciavamo a preoccuparci di portare con noi la mucchina. Io penso che noi siamo continuamente circondati da virus. Ritenevo però che se si dovesse pensare a tutti i virus che ci sono sugli oggetti che tocchiamo, non si sarebbe fatto più niente dalla paura. Questi erano i miei pensieri pochi giorni prima del lockdown. Io amo fare fotografie e quel giorno andai a fotografare dei ciliegi in fiori davanti a casa mia. Non immaginavo fino a quel momento che le foto le avrei fatte solo in casa o dalla terrazza. Io ho sempre la sensazione di essere circondato da un pericolo, da una minaccia, ma questa volta il pericolo c'era davvero. Non era nella mia testa, ma fuori, oltre la finestra da cui siamo stati costretti a guardare il mondo negli ultimi mesi. Non voglio cadere nella retorica o in un'inutile elaborazione letteraria. Questo è stato un periodo di sofferenza sul quale non devo e non dobbiamo fare arte fino a se stessa. Non era possibile all'inizio di marzo immaginare cosa significhi stare 45 giorni chiusi in casa, con la paura di potersi ammalare o morire se si usciva. Dopo un periodo di sofferenza, rabbia e disagio, sono riuscita a resistere meglio all'isolamento, perché ad un certo punto sono riuscita ad accettare la situazione di dover stare in casa. Ho cominciato a capire che le necessità di stare in casa e le dolorose situazioni che accadevano fuori non erano più un'interruzione della normalità, ma erano la normalità dentro alle quali bisognava cercare di andare avanti e di resistere. Ho cominciato a considerare la necessità di stare in casa come uno dei problemi che possono capitare nella vita, senza preoccuparsi troppo e senza farsi prendere dalla paura. Nel momento in cui sono riuscita ad accettare la situazione, Ho cominciato a stare meglio, a sfruttare meglio il tempo, a dedicarmi a cose che mi piacciono. Durante l'isolamento prendevano più importanza le piccole cose, i piccoli gesti della vita quotidiana che facciamo senza pensare e che diventano ora un pensiero centrale della giornata. Credo che in questa esperienza mi abbiano aiutato la fede e la spiritualità. Ho pregato molto e ho trovato forza nella fede e nell'abitudine di trascorrere tempo in meditazione e nel silenzio. Ora di questa terribile esperienza mi resta un senso di ringraziamento verso la vita, la consapevolezza che nulla è scontato e tutto è un dono. Per il futuro sono molto preoccupata. Avevo da poco cominciato a lavorare e ora devo ricominciare tutto da capo e non abbiamo certezze della situazione economica. Per concludere, penso che questa situazione, questa esperienza mi abbia fatto maturare, ma avrei preferito maturare in una situazione diversa. The sun is shining, despite the pain. The bubbly gardens reopened on this perfect summer-like day. The gardeners have had the Medici Park all to themselves for the last 2 months, and their dedication to the green expanse has never been more apparent. Blue skies, magnificent monuments, and verdant lawns. The bubbly gardens provide the ultimate blend of culture and nature that we're yearning for. And tomorrow, Florence regains its soul as the Duomo reopens. Florence's cathedral complex will remain free of charge until the end of May. Florence's heart beats again. We saw one another nearly every day for 2 weeks. My self-doubt returned, but so did hers. It wasn't perfect, but we were okay with enjoying things as they came. Anyway, she was here for a semester, and stories are always easier to write with a deadline. And then the news arrived. One by one, almost immediately, all my classmates flew home to America. I dug in my heels, determined not to act rashly, but the fear was devastating. I told her I just couldn't anymore.
Over a black screen we hear the voice of hero, a sort of hero. The famous English poet Samuel Pepys, go back. Over a black screen we hear the voice of Burton, our hero, our sort of hero. Burton in voiceover. The famous English poet Samuel Pepys was once quoted as saying, when travelling, take twice the amount of money and half the amount of clothes. Wise words indeed. However, in his day, hopping around the Far East in 1670 with syphilis and a urinary infection, there were no body scanners, there were no baggage fees. You didn't have to take your watch, your shoes, your hat, or your belt off. And if you had been on a plane, you could have almost simply drunk, smoked, and fucked on them. A moment of deliberation for Burton. He was also a terminally twisted old fruit, back in the days when you could still call somebody a terminally twisted old fruit, and he almost certainly will not be travelling with us. Fade in on Burton, standing second in line to check his bags and get his passport stamped at a Virgin Atlantic desk. A devastatingly handsome man, a crowded airport terminal. Devastatingly handsome, deeply flawed, both him and the terminal. Burton continues in voiceover. First off, let me tell you what this film is about, and what this film is not about. Well, it's certainly not about travel, it's certainly not about God. You want to know where to stay and what to eat? Go buy a Fodder's Guide, get an online subscription to Condé Nast Traveler, or better yet, visit the Tourist Information Bureau when you get to wherever it is you've decided to go. A pause. You want to know about God? Read the Bible, buy the Quran, pick up a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. A caption comes up, reads, 1 year BC, 1 year before Corona. Okay, then we cut to interior, LAX, Virgin Atlantic Airport, check-in desk, continuing on. A happy, smiley family of four drift away from a cheery Virgin Atlantic check-in girl, allowing a sullen-faced businessman to take their place. As Burton steps up to the dotted line, stares at the city of origin, stares at the city, no, he doesn't, he steps up to the dotted line, stares at the city of destination above the counter. It reads, Pisa, Italy, as he continues on. Burton in voiceover. So what is this film about, this film? Well, on the surface it's about a man trying to quit one life and start another, find peace and prosperity in foreign friendly lands, get away from insurrections and impeachments. But what it's really about is me and you becoming travelling companions, getting to know each other, sharing an intimate moment in time. He takes a deep breath in. I'll be honest with you, we're going to end up living in youth hostels and lying about our age. We're going to stress about money and be looking for drugs, both legal and illegal, yet trying to quit them all at the same time. He makes a deep breath out. Oh, don't worry, there's going to be some high points on the way. Tuscan red, paintings of Jesus, gooey French cheeses. But ultimately, it's about a journey. Same journey we're all on. Not knowing whether the best part of our lives is in front of us or the best part of our lives is behind us. Not knowing if the light in the tunnel is getting larger or getting smaller. That journey. Burton steps up over the dotted line to the counter, to the virgin girl, to the threshold of his potential new life. Come on, hold my hand. It's not going to be that bad. Another deep breath in. Actually, I lie to you, and we've only just met. It's going to be really, really, really fucking bad, and we're still only at LAX. We zoom in on Burton's fear-filled, blood-drained face, zoom in until it takes up the entire screen, then angle on the check-in desk and the Virgin Atlantic girl, asking the mandatory questions as she notices a freshly bandaged wound on his wrist, blood seeping through. She politely pretends not to notice. Virgin girl speaking. Did you pack the bags yourself, sir? Burton nods his head, yes. Have you left the bags unattended at any time? Burton shakes his head, no. Has anyone asked you to carry on illegal substances or dangerous items? Another shake of his head, no. But who'd ever say yes, right? Virgin girl, do you have any relatives in Italy? Another shake of Burton's head, and then an unblinking stare as he anticipates the void he's about to drop into. And when will you be returning to America, Mr. Rothschild? When will you be returning home? Home? A long, long pause. What fucking home? Fade to black and bang in the title, An Atheist Guide to the Churches of Europe. Before we fade back in on interior, Pisa Airport, Italy, baggage claim area, midnight. Relatives and lovers meeting relatives and lovers, but not for Burton. An empty carousel rotates behind him. 2 pieces of luggage remaining, going round and round. His. One is a black-faced Toomey rolling suitcase, the other a green North Face rucksack. Burton still continue on in voiceover, talking to us. There are 2 types of baggage you take on a plane. External, with whatever you can stuff into a suitcase, the whatever you can cram into the overhead compartment without getting charged or booted off. Then there's the internal, the what you bring with you regardless of whether you want to or not. Exterior, interior, Pisa Airport, Italy, establishing. Dead of night. Burton stares out the window of an airport to city transport coach at tiny Italian cars, a leaning tower in the distance, and a highway sign that says Firenze, Florence, 30 kilometers. Cut to exterior, a shitty apartment complex, again, dead of night. Florence, Firenze, the town with the room with a view. But we're on a deserted suburban street, nowhere near the centre of town, nowhere near the action, no fucking view. Close up on the key in the lock as it opens an outside grate. Interior, the shitty apartment complex, same. Inside, a shitty apartment, place with such student accommodation. That's because it is student accommodation. Single room, single bed, a bathroom with no shower curtain, a faded print of the Colosseum of Rome on one wall, and Burton on his hands and knees, scrubbing the floor to make the place look like home. Casa Dolce Casa. He continues on with the scrubbing. Burton in voiceover. External's easier, the baggage, easier to see. Multiple shots of Burton cleaning things, the kitchen, the sink, the unfamiliar European ceramic cups and saucers. Burton unpacking in the bedroom, placing his belongings in drawers that are desperately in need of repainting. You've got your shirts, Burberry 4 of, trousers Dolce 3 of, ties, shoes, Churches of London 1 of. On Burton pinning 2 photos above a wooden study desk. Faded photos of a pretty little 8-year-old girl in pigtails, the other, a fluffy chow chow dog with a red ribbon in its hair. Burton, you've got toothpaste 1 tube, Colgate, blemish cream 1 tube, not Colgate, contact lenses, needle and cotton, black and white, mosquito spray and super glue to fix everything when it all falls apart, and it will fall apart. A series of shots, flashes, jump cuts of Burton washing his hair, toweling his hair, preening in the mirror, starting it this way, starting it that. Into the bedroom we go and onto the floor, shirt off, the fresh bandage wound on his wrist, clearly visible, blood seeping through. Press-ups, counting them out, 32, 33, 34. Back into the bathroom we go and into the mirror he stares. Affirmations, counting them out. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to be afraid of. Angle in the bedroom, pull-ups in the doorway, 21, 22, 23. Hang on, let me just edit that. Yep, sit-ups next to the unopened Italian phrasebook, 46, 47, 48. Bathroom, mirror, affirmations, bathroom, mirror, affirmations. You have everything you need, you have everything you need, you have everything you need. Page 6, 6 minutes in. Fade to Burton in the bedroom and on the bed, the single bed, baggage at his feet, baggage that's now fully unpacked. Burton, for the other piece of baggage, the internal, that's more difficult to shuffle through. It's the first person you meet when you wake up in the morning, the first person to tell you how shit you are, how fat you are, how pathetic you are, your worst living, closest enemy and best friend, you. We fade to black before we fade back in on exterior. We fade back in on exterior, a brand new Tuscany day, establishing shot, morning. No earth-shattering montage of children eating gelato, no pretty girls holding their boyfriends on Vespers, no cheery Italians waving their hands, no praying, no loving, chores, errands, the things you do when you're not on vacation, the things you do to try and construct a new life, the things Burton is doing right now. Chore number 1, food. Burton is looking at the prices on the bottom of the tins of the shelves. Prosciutto, pesto, pasta, money on his mind. Chore 2, money. Burton shielding his password, taking the emerging euros out of an Italian ATM. 3, chore 3, telecommunications, an inside an Italian cell phone store. Different country, signage, same shiny Apple products, and Burton addressing a sharply dressed Florentine sales guy. Burton, I wanted to make a call and take a call. I don't need a camera, I don't need a voice line. If you can make it wake me up in the morning, not vibrate when I take a piss, then you found the right one. Florentine sales guy, you want an alarm clock or you want a phone? Burton, you know what? I wanted them nothing. Chore 4, transport inside a bicycle shop. And when I say transport, we're talking bikes that you pedal, bikes with mudguards, bikes with baskets on them, no Ducatis, no BMWs, nothing with engines. A picture of Eddie Merckx in a yellow jersey hangs behind the counter as Burton watches the shop owner tighten the bolts, raise the seats, spin the wheels. I used to own a Porsche, same colour as that. The shop owner smiled. Sure you did. But not a denial, right? No. Burton's downward spiral sinking in. Not in an hour. And finally, the final chore, his final errand. Interior doctor's office day. Chore number 5. Drugs. Medication time. We're in a waiting room and Burton is shuffling in his seat, concerned about the legitimacy of his US stateside prescription he's holding in his hands. There are Italian magazines aplenty, a listless reception desk, listless reception typing away, and 2 American co-eds wearing Arizona State sweatshirts devouring Rick Steves' Guide to Tuscany. The listless reception. Il dottore will see you now. Interior, office of Dr. Sybil Horn, continuing. Diplomas on the walls outline the Dottore's credentials. Dr. Sybil Horn's credentials. A master's degree from Dresden, a PhD from Berlin, clearly Bavarian transplant, living in Toscana. She's examining Burton's referral with a high degree of skepticism, matching it against an Italian version of the DSM-5, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. On Burton, selling her the deal. Burton, the Admirals for ADHD, the lithiums for depression, manic depression to be precise. The clonopin I need to relax, to sleep, knock myself out. Let me go back and read this again. Bullshit, baby. Okay, Burton, the Admirals for ADHD, the lithiums for depression, manic depression to be precise. The clonopin I need to relax, to sleep, the boost bars for anger, the occasional outburst. Not for me to have them, obviously, but to prevent them. Anglo Dr. Sybil Horn, silent and sceptical before. Yeah, we have the Adderall, yes, the 10 milligram, the boost bar, yes, I have the lithium, I don't have the lithium. But you don't have any lithiums, there, nothing similar. No, apparently no, there is not. She raises her stare from the DSM-5, reaches for a triplicate pad, scribbles on it, stamps it with a pile of official Italian seals, Italian bureaucracy. You can't drink on these, you know that, yes? No beer, no wine, no cocaine, no drugs, no nothing. But I don't do drugs. I've never actually really ever done drugs. She knows his line, but signs her name on the prescription. You have a lot of problems, you know that? Yes. Yes, I do. She hands in the script, the medications, the script for the meds, the prescription. What are you here for in France? Are you on holiday, vacation? No, I'm here to become an English teacher. To contribute, make a difference, start afresh. Afresh from what? Afresh from everything. The voice of a teacher, teaching how to teach English to those who can't speak a word but believe they're going to see. Tefl, Tessel, T-sol or E-sol, which are which, like why teach Inga? End of the first 10 minutes. Cut to black.
If I were an animal, I'd know the migration route by heart. Or if I were Aboriginal, I'd find my way by songlines, feeling my way by hum. A walkabout would be a point of pride, mark of honour. Exile is a disgrace, borderline criminal. The word prospect itself is rich with meaning. The root, spect, gives it away. It's all about sight. Spectacle, spectacular, inspect, spectra. A word used interchangeably with prospect is perspective. We don't need spectacles or lenses. We need a paradigm shift in perspective to choose what's worth looking for. A change in perspective and all replaces ire. Gold becomes a part of us. It's in our eyes. Sean hushes me and wipes tears from the tip of my nose. Shh, little one. He rocks me and hums in my ear all morning before he has to leave again, to return to England, the country that deported me under threat of arrest and imprisonment, the country that escorted me out by armed guard. He hushes me again and again, brings ginger infusions for my migraine and panic pills for shaking. The morning is blurry and my pillow is warm and wet. He wipes mascara from my face with a sleeve and kisses one eye, then the other. He cried too. It was our way of saying goodbye and hello. It was our way of making love. Hushing has always involved floods of water. In the 1st century AD, in Naturalis Historia, Pliny described how to hush land to uncover veins of gold. The method was simple. Rivers were redirected into strategic reservoirs which were unleashed in violent waves to swish and strip away soil in order to reveal gold ribbons hidden beneath, much like Blake's corrosives biting away superficialities to reveal his hidden etchings. Also, I realized it's not just the party happening, but also other human affections were forming too. As days passing by, a relationship was forming between this angel guy and the local girl in front of my room. I could see the sparkle in their eyes when they were opening their room's doors, and apparently they weren't the only ones that met there, as I could hear a girl and boy talking to each other and giggling, especially late at night, when less people were around in a corridor exactly in front of my door, which was the last one in the row. It's interesting how love can happen even in a place like this. Even the depression in the quarantine place and so many sick people around can't limit it. The sun is shining through my home office window. It's the perfect Tuscan day that makes you forget for a fleeting second the tragedy that perpetuates in the north of Italy and closer to home. Life is about simple pleasures. Lunch every day with my husband, the proud playing of the Italian national anthem, a simple supper and reading poetry before bedtime. Everything's a little slower, a little more intense. The days are punctuated by pings from friends on WhatsApp and colleagues communicating over Skype. There's the occasional palpitation at night. Lesson learned, never read the news before bedding down. And the calmness of languorous stretching in the morning. Latent creativity is in the air as Italy mourns while musing and preparing for tomorrow. Paolo taught me the difference between saying ti voglio bene and ti amo, two very different ways of saying I love you in Italian. A child, uncle or auntie, mother or friend can say ti voglio bene because it means I love you in a fond kind of way. But ti amo can only be used between lovers. The Italians make a big distinction between the different kind of love felt for your mother and the love felt for a partner. In those days, the Italian language did not make provision for the word girlfriend. Only the word fidanzata existed, which means fiancé. As the country became more liberated in its approach to young people having girlfriends or boyfriends that they did not intend to marry, the language adapted to accommodate them. Nowadays, someone can have a ragazza, a girlfriend, or ragazzo, a boyfriend. Paolo's friends and family only ever referred to me as Paolo's fidanzata. The title gave me kudos and security, but no feeling of responsibility towards him. Marriage to Paolo had never been mooted. We were still so young, therefore it was unlikely he was the one. A year in Italy can change a young woman. The anonymity makes you more interesting than you were at home, where everyone knows all about you and your family, and that improves your confidence. But for the daughter of a well-known personality, being anonymous released me from stigma. It let me become my own person. No one here watched the Australian media and saw June Daly-Watkins tell the nation how to sit, stand, walk and eat properly. Therefore no one had preconceived ideas as to how I should behave. I came and was allowed to become myself. Al tempo della mia giovinezza, la parola amore era incartata di romanticheria. Amavamo l'amore senza sapere cosa fosse, al di là dei sentimenti. Le nostre informazioni in proposito erano piuttosto lacunose. Non conoscevamo la parola sesso, mai veniva pronunciata. Per chi incidentalmente l'avesse sentita, andare a cercarne di nascosto la spiegazione sul dizionario era aggirarsi in zone peccaminose che tutta al riguardo aveva sapori di peccato. Sapevamo qualcosa, malamente e spesso malignamente, a presa a pizzichi e boccioni, ma niente di esplicito, di reale, e men che meno di scientifico, di biologicamente esatto. Per fortuna c'è stata una rivoluzione culturale in proposito, forse troppa, che ha abbattuto tanti tabù. I giovani oggi hanno altre consapevolezze fornite da adulti meno ipocriti, da dettami religiosi meno rigidi, dalla scuola, dalle letture, dalla TV, dal cinema. Già bastano cinema e televisione a rivelare ai giovanissimi ciò che noi non sapevamo nemmeno a 18 anni. Per consumatrice accanita di film, non avevo mai capito cosa fosse un bacio vero. Attori e attrici si baciavano ardentemente sulle labbra ermeticamente chiuse, mentre tutto sfumava in un dissolvenza che in un crescendo musicale niente rivelava del resto. Oggi, quasi al disagio, vedo attori che si denudano reciprocamente come bronchi e parte l'eloquenza del resto per nulla sottinteso. Come ci si bacia lo avrei capito anch'io. Così non mi sarebbe accaduto che la guerra era finita da poco. Avevo quasi 18 anni e anche un'appendicite, una brutta colica. Fui ricoverta di urgenza all'ospedale di Santa Maria Nuova, povero, glorioso ospedale fiorentino, spogliato di tutti da eventi bellici e da italiche razzie. Si dovettero portare da casa lenzuola, coperte, cuscini, 8 giorni di degenza. Dopo i primi 3 o 4, gli altri furono giorni gioiosi. Ero giovane, bionda e bellina. Tutta l'equipe che seguiva il primario nel giro quotidiano in corsa, studenti e studentesse in praticantato, conversavano spesso intorno al mio letto. Devo dire che era una raccomandata speciale del direttore dall'ospedale, il professor Leoncini, amico di mia madre. Si rideva, si scherzava, ci si innamorava. C'era tra questi giovani un dottorino bruno, bello, simpatico, Mario. Mario iniziò a farmi corte, graditissima, un complimento, strette di mano, un bacio furtivo sui capelli, un batticuore. Quando fui dimessa, Mario venne a trovarmi a casa, niente di ufficiale, una visita di simpatia e amicizia, ma una parvenza di serenità che mi rese convinta e felice. La domenica successiva andai. invitata dagli operatori del reparto e dal mio dottorino a dare un mano in Santa Maria Nuova. Per dotare l'ospedale di tante attrezzature mancante, tutta Firenze stava contribuendo per una grande fiera di beneficenza che si sarebbe tenuta nei locali stessi dell'ospedale. A rotolare e inanellare numerini mi tenne occupata un paio di ore in compagnia di altri giovani. A un tratto Mario mi prende per mano. Vieni con me, andiamo. Lo agguanto il mio cappottino stile college, ricavato da una coperta di lana aleata, australiana per l'esattezza, e via. Volavo nella scia di Mario. Saltiamo su un tram e andiamo. Dove? Non chiedo nulla. Che mi importa? Mario mi tiene con un braccio vicino a sé. Con l'altra mano mi carezza i capelli e segue l'ovale del viso come se disegnasse i miei lineamenti con piuma leggera. Un'emozione nuova. Ho i brividi lungo la schiena. Scendiamo al Ponte del Pino, entriamo in un cinema e, sempre mano nella mano, saliamo verso la galleria, su in alto. Sediamo vicini, sereni, felici, poche parole. Sono al settimo cielo, il cuore va a 1000. Mario mi prende il viso tra le mani, si avvicina. Oddio, ora mi bacia. Mi bacia? Ma cos'è questo? Lo respingo da me e spotto, stupita. Scusa, a me non mi piace mica questo molle in bocca. Il suo stupore, per altro verso, è pari al mio. Sembra adirato. Poi mi guarda e comincia a ridere di gusto. Ride di me. Io vorrei tanto piangere, scomparire. Va bene sprovveduti, ma così, eppure. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Ah me, how hard a thing it is to say. What was this forest savage, rough and stern, which in the very thought renews the fear? So bitter it is, death is little more, but of the good to treat, which there I found. Speak will I of the other things I saw there. I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at the moment in which I had abandoned the true way. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, at that point where the valley terminated, which had with consternation pierced my heart, upward I looked, and I beheld its shoulders vested already with that planet's rays, which leadeth others right by every road. Then was the fear a little quieted, that in my heart's lake had endured throughout the night, which I had passed so piteously. And even as he who, with distressful breath, forth issued from the sea upon the shore, turns to the water perilous and gazes, so did my soul, that still was fleeing onward, turn itself back to re-behold the pass, which never yet a living person left.
We fall in love so quickly with the hidden aspects of ourselves mirrored back to us in others. The desired knowledge yet to be obtained, the Promethean fire seemingly within our grasp, as philosophia, the love of knowledge, incarnate, dances across the room. The secret yearnings that ensnare the mind and captivate the heart, resounding through our very being, begging to breathe life, to be birthed into existence. This chest of gold, this secret treasure that we hide away or push aside into the shadowy corners of the soul. Repression, repression, repression. That which we will not acknowledge in ourselves will always be manifested elsewhere. That which has been made dark will certainly find a way to step out into the light. But that, my dear, is not love, nor is it another person. It is the forbidden apple that we long to bite, the secret parts of our being that would fructify our souls if we would only allow them to dance under the bacchanalia of the moonlight, in order to walk wholly in the sunlight. And who forbade us to eat from that tree, if none other than ourselves? And who cast us into the world of dualities? For evil is always nearest those that praise the sunshine, but deny the night. May we never forget those Luciferian virtues by wearing the crown of Christ too tight. So let us take a bite of the apple, for only then may we truly come to see, and in seeing, may we one day come to love.
The name of my story is Enoteca Pinchioi and the Toilet Brush. You're probably wondering what a 3-star Michelin restaurant has to do with a toilet brush, but that's my story. Anyway, many years ago, I was good friends with an American diplomat here in Florence, who invited one of his good friends out for the weekend from London. He was a guy that's originally from Texas, but lived in London. He was working at a very prominent law firm, and a very wealthy man. Anyway, we went out for lunch, we went out to Chianti, we spent most of the weekend hanging out together, and at the end of his trip, we exchanged phone numbers, as you do. He was also, a gay man, so it was no big deal. Anyway, about a year later, my friend was no longer living here in Florence, so I get a phone call from this man from London saying, hey, it's me, do you remember? And sure, how you doing? Listen, I'm going to be in Florence this weekend because I'm meeting up with some of my friends who are in Italy that are from Texas as well. And I was wondering, would you like to join us for dinner on Saturday night? I'm like, yeah, sure, that'd be great, I'd love to meet him. Where are we going? He said, look, I can't remember, it's some Enoteca, but I can't remember the name. I'll call you Saturday and I'll give you the details. I'm like, great, okay, it's on, he said we're gonna meet at 8 o'clock and whatever. And so I come Saturday, I went into work, I had to work, and I was wearing just, not quite jeans, but they were, casual slacks and a black halter top, and this stupid fake leather vinyl jacket that I have because right on the scooters is for protection. So I'm working. Anyway, he calls, and still can't remember the name of the places. He says, there's this Enoteca on Via Pinchioi, Via Gabellina. I'm like, okay. He gives me the address, and okay, great. I'll see you at 8. So I'm working. It's getting later and later. My idea was to stop off at home first, change into nicer clothes, freshen up, and then meet him there. Well, anyway, it gets late, and I'm realizing I'm not going to have time to stop home. So I'm thinking, it's an Enoteca, a little cut above a pizzeria, not quite a restaurant, but so I'm sure what I'm wearing is going to be fine. I'll just freshen up my hair and just meet him, go directly there. Anyway, I look into my wallet, I only have 50 euros. I'm like, that should be enough for an Enoteca, a primo and a glass of wine should be fine, I'm covered. So I wasn't worried about the money, just in case, he didn't imply that I was going to be a guest, but I didn't want to imply either, so I thought, okay. Anyway, I'm rushing. I get to Via Gabellina, park my scooter, and as I get off the scooter, I step in the biggest, hugest pile of dog poo that's ever been pooed in Florence. I mean, it must have been Great Dane poo or elephant poo. I don't know what it was, but it was huge. And it gets all in my shoe. I was wearing those walking shoes with lots of little, ridges and holes and everything. It just gets everywhere. I'm trying to scrape it off, but it's now 8:05 and I'm running late. I can't get it all off. Anyway, I go to the address. I look up. There on the sign is Enoteca Pinchioi. Fuck! I can't go in. How am I going to go in? Looking like this. And the thing is, I didn't have my cell phone. This is a pre-cell phone era. It was right at the beginning. I didn't have his cell phone. I had no way of contacting him to tell him I was going to be terribly late because I had to go home and change and get looking nice enough to enter this restaurant. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm like, screw it. I'm just going to walk in like I belong. I've been invited, and that's just what I'm going to look like, and I'm just going to do it. And I walked in. I think the maitre d' thought I was the new dishwasher because he started indicating the kitchen. I said, no, I'm a guest. I'm at this table, blah, blah, blah. So, they take my fake vinyl jacket and, I hang it up. They hang it up for me. I come to the table. And I was furious. I was furious because they didn't tell me, he didn't tell me the proper name of this place. I was underdressed. I looked like shit. I was smelling like shit. He was visibly a little bit upset because I was late. Anyway, I excused myself. I said, I'm sorry. Met his friends. Hi. And I thought, I gotta do something about this shit coming from my shoe. So I excused myself, went to the bathroom, and the only thing I could find was the toilet brush. So I took off my shoe and I used that to clean off all the shit on my shoe and flushed everything down and got myself smelling a little bit better. Anyway, and went to the table. Now sitting down, you couldn't really see my casual slacks, and top was passable, but anyway, whatever. I saw. And these Texans start having a pissing contest over who could buy the most expensive bottle of wine. So there were 600 bottles of Solaya being opened, and then someone had to spend some more. I'm thinking, oh my God, what am I to do? If I have to go Dutch with these guys, I only have 50 euros. I'm thinking, okay, I'll just put it on my credit card and I'll max it out. I don't care. I'm just going to enjoy it. So as I'm getting drunker and food and, just drunk on more of the experience more than the wine, it started to click. These guys were, from Texas. They were, as the conversation progressed, I realized that they were really big Bush supporters, big time Republicans, oil, in the oil industry. That's where they got all their money. And this guy from London obviously wasn't out to his friends. And I was supposed to be his fake date. I was supposed to pretend, I was going out with him, and he was going to show off that he was out with a girl. And I'm slow. I'm just slow with these things. I didn't realize until way into the meal that that's what was going on, and that got me even more furious because all they had to do was tell me, of course, for a free meal at Pinchiotti, I would play the role. I don't care, Anyway, so whatever. The bill comes, and it's over 6,000 euros, and thank God he did offer to pay my part, and so I didn't have to wash the dishes that night. Anyway, so we parted our ways, and I've never heard from him since. But, I did get to eat at Pinchiotti. I did drink, some really fine wines. But hopefully I can go back there one day, not looking like shit, not smelling like shit, dressed properly, and enjoy it with my wife, and not have to hide my sexuality or pretend. Anyway, so that's my Pinchiotti and the toilet brush story.
Sunrise fills the morning sky. Yeah, I turn away. Just another marker, just another day. I tried to look at the moon, but when I did, I cried. I could feel your eyes upon me, and I could feel mine. We missed 100 kisses, cried 100 tears, lost 100 sunsets, gained 100 feet, tossed and turned 100 nights, aged 100 years, but we're still here. smiling with our eyes, covered up expressions, masking what's inside. Longing for a loved one, maybe longing for a friend, longing for that someone who I never see again. We missed 100 kisses, cried 100 tears, lost 100 sunsets, gained 100 feet, tossed and turned 100 nights, aged 100 years, but we're still here. We're still here. Silent isolation as the evening falls, naked as these feelings, naked as these walls, gazing up at the heavens, yeah, I'm counting all the stars, wishing on the brightest one, bring you to my arms. We missed 100 kisses, cried 100 tears, lost 100 sunsets, gained 100 fears, tossed and turned 100 nights, aged 100 years, but we're still here. We're still here. We're still here. We're still here. We're still here.
Mi chiamo Claudio e la mia storia è come tante. Il Covid, coronavirus o pandemia ci ha portato via tante persone, ma non solo. Ci siamo trovati ad affrontare un periodo lungo dove ci è stata tolta la libertà di fare molte cose. Questo ci ha portato a pensare molto ed anche a scavare dentro di noi. È stato un periodo dove siamo dovuti stare chiusi in casa e dove le prime cose di cui ci siamo accorti sono state che il mondo viaggiava troppo veloce prima. Infatti ci è stato chiesto di fare sempre di più, ma siamo arrivati alla saturazione. L'uomo ha dei limiti in fondo. E che abbiamo bisogno di contatto, stare con gli amici, condividere. Addirittura abbiamo creato comitive per cantare dai balconi e condividere qualcosa con gli altri vicino a noi. Perché? Perché in fondo l'uomo era fatto per stare in branco, no? Con il tempo poi la situazione sanitaria sembrava migliorasse e dalla forzata convivenza 24 ore su 24 è emerso che in fin dei conti quelli che avevano giurato finché morte non ci separi non dicevano poi veramente sul serio e che andrà tutto bene lo si può dire a un bambino di 3 anni, non a una popolazione adulta. E poi, dopo aver sentito la predica dell'ennesima persona che ha però il suo stipendio garantito, verso chi ha perso cari, lavoro e molti soldi, siamo tornati ad essere gli individualisti di sempre. E, parer mio, probabilmente ad uscirne peggiori di come ne siamo entrati. E poi, non dimentichiamo, c'è da recuperare tutto il tempo in cui non abbiamo potuto produrre, correre, fare di più. Mi chiamo Claudio. Questa è la nostra storia e non ha un lieto fine, perché è già andato tutto a puttane, ma ancora non ce ne siamo accorti.
You ask for a contribution, for words, for thoughts. I cannot write. I'm not good at expressing myself, but in my small way, I strongly desire to take my part. With great effort, I'm writing. I take leave of my usual evening of social networking. What pleasure it gives me as my pen slides across the page. Images on the TV screen disturb me little. We live in a world of confusion. I'm learning to switch off and live in my own little bubble. Words flow, perhaps senseless. They give me comfort. Times recently have been different. Our reality has changed somewhat. Perspectives have narrowed, dimensions reduced. I look about me and realize how fortunate I am. I live in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I cycle past Santa Maria del Fiore every day, and each time I spy something new. At last we are beginning to understand that more is less. Together with a group of colleagues, I've spent the last 18 months in an extremely creative and positive way. We've put dedication and endless energy into an all-female artistic adventure. We are convinced that sharing and confrontation is our strength. We're determined to achieve our goals, and that acting together makes us stronger. In this same way, writing these few lines, I'm happy to add to your wonderful work of art, dear Marisa, with kind regards always. Carell left for home as the weather changed from searingly hot to refreshingly cool, seemingly overnight. The seasons in Tuscany changed dramatically quickly, with short to non-existent mezza-stagione, mid-seasons. The unbearably hot summer finished so quickly that within only 1 week the Florentines went from singlets to t-shirts to cardigans. A month later, thick pants, warm socks and a padded windbreaker were needed for motorino drivers. Within days, that was not enough, resulting in the purchase of my first ever woolen hat, sheepskin gloves, thick scarf and a really warm waterproof coat. It took less than 6 weeks for summer to become winter. For my 17th birthday, Granny and Terry took me out for Chinese dinner. In many ways, they replaced Carol. They were both 10 to 13 years older than me, and motherly protective types. They shared their cultures, telling of how they grew up in England and America, their favourite old records, Granny, the Rolling Stones, and Terry, Phoebe Snow, and their most loved books. Then one night, a surprising moment altered everything as I knew it from that moment forward. The Italians call it un colpo di fulmine, a lightning strike. Australians would call it a bolt from the blue. I call it Cupid. And because of that one split second, I truly believe in Cupid. I've seen him draw his bow, take aim, and pow, make someone fall in love from 1 minute to the next. During Italy's short autumn, my relationship with Paolo had stalled. Our friendship had not developed into anything more than catching up with each other at work. It was difficult to see whether his smile for me, was any different to the smile he gave to the other barmaids. Until Jeppa changed the pace. Paolo was leaning up against the doorway, gazing towards me, because Jeppa was on the umpire's seat, calling out to me, and he nudged Paolo. "È Lunghina, la più simpatica di tutte," he yelled. "The little long one is the nicest of them all. If only I wasn't so short, you'd go out with me, wouldn't you, Lunghina?" I ignored him, embarrassed, and looked busy wiping down the bar. But when I looked up again, it was as though a little fairy had come along and sprinkled Paolo with stardust. He looked at me as though a feeling had dawned on him. A realization had broken through into his consciousness. Paolo's eyes were alight. Cupid had struck him with a bullseye through the heart. He kept on looking, then walked straight up to the bar and asked me if I'd like to go somewhere for coffee after work. I was flustered because the change in his attitude was obvious and he wasn't trying to hide it. Like Italy's mid-seasons, there was no middle ground. He'd gone from being a friend to a suitor in 10 minutes.
So it's 1986. It's 1986, and I had graduated a few years earlier from university with a degree in art history, and I thought, oh, maybe I need to add something to that for a total something. So I decided to go to Italy and study Italian. And I went to Italy to study Italian for maybe about 3 months. Finished that, went home, was briefly an art studio assistant. I kind of failed. I sent some of the beautiful prints flying to the floor one day by accident. And soon after that, they didn't need me anymore. It was like important stuff, important artists. Anyway, what are you gonna do? So after that, I was a little desperate, and a friend helped me find a waitressing job. And I waited tables as Little Red Riding Hood for about a year and a half, actually, which is another story. So at a certain point, a dear friend that I met studying in Italy, a beautiful woman named Lydia, called me up and said, I'm going back to Italy for the summer to see my Italian boyfriend. You want to come? And I said, yeah, absolutely, because Little Red Riding Hood was getting old. And so I took my savings and I quit my job and I moved out of my house and bought a round trip ticket for as long as you could get a round trip ticket, which was something like 3 months back then. So off I went with a little bit of a plan to study Italian as something to do each day instead of nothing to do each day. And so I was studying Italian and I found a little apartment room in a little apartment, student budget, student life, student everything. Met a really nice guy, very sweet. Eventually what happened was, end of 3 months, it's time to fly home. And you don't recognize always when your life is pivoting. You don't recognize it. But my life pivoted the day that I called my parents and said, I'm just going to stay a little longer. I know it's crazy to waste a ticket. I've never not gotten on a plane that I had a ticket to ride on. But that's what I did. I didn't get on the plane. And that was sometime probably in July or August of 1986. And so August went by, September went by. I got a card from my soon-to-be mother-in-law that I'd never seen her drive. I don't think she's driven for years. I don't know who's been driving this car, but then I was. Found another job, a little job. I stopped having money only go out when you know the feeling. When a friend found me a job where I was earning 20,000 lira a day. Okay, that's like about $12. The amount that I got paid to clean this tiny little nightclub on Borgo degli Albizzi during the day, when even during the day, not a ray of sunshine filtered into this tiny nightclub, so that the cleaning job was very easy. I only had to make it smell good, which meant sloshing and mopping the entire floor haphazardly with a lot of soap in the water, because no one could tell if it was clean or dirty, but you could smell, and it smelled. Okay. Sloshing out the bathroom of a tiny nightclub. It's a good thing it was dark, so I couldn't see what I was doing. And going back later that day or the next day to collect my 20,000 lira, which was money in instead of money out. And that's an amazing thing when you turn that corner. So I had a guy place to live. I had a little job, and I found a few more little jobs over the next 30 years, one on top of the other. And I forgot about going home. And one day, the postman rang the doorbell, very strange, and it was a telegram. It was a telegram from home. And it was the first and only time I've ever gotten a telegram in my life. I think maybe congratulations for getting married, but this was a first for me. And it was 2 words: call home. Call home is incredible to get in a telegram. But think about it. It's the days when there was no phone, there was no cell phone, there were, how could my parents find me except that way? So I passed a very, very worried couple of hours until it was like 5 in the morning, and I thought I could catch them at 5 in the morning and say, oh my God, what's going on? And my dad said, oh, Kim, thank you so much for calling. We're so excited. Your brother's getting married. We want to bring you home. Right? Yeah. So at that point, then it was October, I think. The next plane ticket I bought was Italy, California, Italy. And that was it. My life had, my world had changed axis. And here the luckiest woman in the world.
Vedo tutto da questa finestra in fronte di me. Vedo tutta la vita che passa, vedo tutte le gente. I cani hanno paura della voce che arriva, sembra chissà da dove, per un cane. Ma la mia giornata è fatta di tantissimi momenti con diversi genti a questa finestra, quelli che ascoltano, quelli che vengono solo a darmi un sorriso o una buonasera. C'era una signora, non so quante ore prima di ora, che è arrivata a questa finestra e mi ha sorriso perché ha letto la mia storia sulla porta, mi ha guardato e ha messo il mano sopra il cuore e mi ha detto grazie. È il secondo giorno di 7 giorni che passerò qua 7 ore al giorno. In una finestra puoi vedere tutto il mondo, puoi capire i ritmi delle persone, puoi capire i ritmi di Firenze. La differenza tra un lunedì a un martedì, il freddo che arriva ancora durante la serata, ma non per troppo tempo perché la primavera c'è. E quindi passo questa settimana proprio dentro il ritmo di Firenze. E per questo ho tanto gratitudine, perché è una città dove puoi in un certo senso morire come io sono morta 8 anni fa. Puoi anche avere una rinascita. Il processo però è lento, non è una cosa che arriva fra un giorno all'altro, è una cosa che arriva lentamente, con tempo e con un'azione ripetitiva, no? È così. Ora c'è un ragazzo che ride, e lui sta ridendo come un pazzo, infatti. E questo mi fa sorridere, questo è un parte della gioia. Quindi sono un'australiana qui a Firenze e sono qui a cucire tutte le storie di Firenze insieme. E quindi faccio questa azione 7 giorni e vediamo dove arriviamo insieme.
Bisogna scrivere qui.
Io voglio leggere perché dove leggo?
Guardi, qui dice noi in italiano seguiamo.
Italiano, non male è stato Era una rivista che scrive le nostre storie in italiano. Bello. Hai visto la dove incontrai prima perché io sono una stessa. Lei voleva di performance.
Forse può.
Come le piace?
Non lo so, io guardi.
Questa è una portata di ossigeno. Questa è una portata, lei è l'artista?
Io?
Come me, va bene. Grazie, grazie, con i giorni come prima, perché
Leggo queste parole da Walnut Creek, California. Mi trovo qui dopo aver lasciato Firenze e il mio lavoro stabile nell'agosto del 2020, nel bel mezzo della pandemia, per dedicarmi a una vita di esplorazione. Vi leggo quello che ho scritto dopo l'esortazione di Marisa ad unirmi al suo progetto. Memento mori è un ammonimento latino che si traduce grosso modo con ricordati che devi morire. Qualcuno dice che è macabro, che è deprimente, ma io sono in disaccordo. L'idea è che, prendendo veramente coscienza del fatto che la nostra vita prima o poi verrà a terminare, dobbiamo ricordarci di apprezzare quello che abbiamo in questo momento e di godere del presente. Dobbiamo dare il giusto peso ai problemi della nostra vita, senza fasciarci tanto la testa, e andare avanti inseguendo i nostri sogni e facendo ciò che ci fa stare bene, perché un giorno non potremo più fare niente. Nel gennaio del 2017 mio padre venne ricoverato d'urgenza all'ospedale. Quando lo aprirono trovarono un tumore allo stomaco grosso come un'arancia e lo trattennero per quasi 2 mesi. Ogni giorno, all'apertura del passo, io e mia nonna andavamo a trovarlo. Quando poté tornare a casa, tornai a vivere con lui. Era rimasto solo con mio fratello più piccolo e volevo aiutarlo. In quei 9 mesi passammo tanto tempo insieme quanto non ne avevamo mai passato prima. Per Pasqua andammo a Bologna in uno dei nostri ristorantini preferiti, anche se non poteva mangiare quasi niente, non avendo più uno stomaco vero e proprio. A luglio andammo per qualche giorno alla Bretone, così che lui potesse pescare a Mosca, la sua passione. Andammo regolarmente in ospedale, così che lui potesse fare la chemioterapia. Allo stesso tempo stavo cercando di finire l'università, e velocemente. Quando andavamo a pescare al laghetto, caricavamo nel baule della macchina esche, mulinelli, canne da pesca, 2 seggioline e i miei libri. Lui pescava in silenzio e io gli ripetevo estetica, linguistica, storia del teatro, antropologia di genere. Poi iniziai a scrivere la tesi e gli ripetevo pure quella, ascoltando i suoi commenti ed i suoi consigli. A fine settembre venne annunciato il giorno della discussione della mia tesi, martedì 10 ottobre. I medici dichiararono anche che mio padre non sarebbe più dovuto andare in ospedale. Le cure sarebbero state effettuate direttamente a casa da delle infermiere volontarie specializzate in leniterapia e da me, tramite cerotti, compresse, iniezioni. Poteva smettere anche con la sua dieta altamente controllata, sarebbe stato nutrito direttamente in vena. Tutto questo significava che eravamo giunti alla fine. Il suo corpo si stava disintegrando dall'interno. Venerdì 6 ottobre mio padre andò in coma. Fu messo a letto e le infermiere continuarono a controllarlo regolarmente. Mi diedero 2 numeri di telefono, quello delle imprese funebri che lavorano il sabato e la domenica e quello di quelle che lavorano nei giorni feriali, ma mi dissero che di quest'ultimo non avrei avuto bisogno. Sabato 7 ottobre, finisco di scrivere la tesi, è ancora vivo. Domenica 8 ottobre, stiro l'abito che mi metterò per la discussione della tesi, scelgo le scarpe, è ancora vivo. Lunedì 9 ottobre, è ancora vivo. La sera, prima di andare a letto, anche se non può sentirmi, gli leggo la tesi e lo prego di resistere solo un altro giorno. Martedì 10 ottobre, giorno della mia laurea, è ancora vivo. Sono fuori di me dalla gioia, mi vesto, arrivano 2 suoi amici per stare con lui mentre discuterò la tesi. I miei amici e tutta la nostra famiglia mi aspettano all'università. Arriva Ilaria, la nostra infermiera preferita, profondamente stupita e felicissima di trovarlo ancora insieme a noi. Mi trucco, mi pettino, mi metto le scarpe. Prendo la borsa con dentro le mie copie della tesi. Io e mia mamma stiamo per uscire dalla porta, ma Ilaria ci ferma. È morto. Il mio primo istinto fu di fiondarmi su di lui per abbracciarlo un'ultima volta mentre era ancora caldo. Non volevo più andarci alla mia laurea. Volevo stare con lui. Non volevo abbandonarlo. Ero distrutta dal dolore, come mai prima, da questo profondo buco nero che si era appena aperto nella mia vita. Non sarei mai riuscita ad affrontare la commissione, a rispondere alle domande dei professori sulla tesi. Non sarei riuscita ad affrontare la felicità degli altri laureandi e delle loro famiglie già in festa all'ingresso dell'università, con i coriandoli, lo spumante e le corone d'alloro. Lasciai andare il corpo di mio padre solo per mettermi alla ricerca disperata, offuscata dalle lacrime, di un qualsiasi numero da chiamare all'università. Basta, non vengo, salta tutto, cancellato, non mi presento. Non lo fare, Martina. Fu l'infermiera a convincermi. E di questo le sono profondamente grata. Grazie, Ilaria. Se non fossi andata subito non mi sarei mai più laureata. Sarei stata troppo impegnata con quello che avviene dopo la morte di un genitore solo. Sarei stata troppo traumatizzata da questa orribile coincidenza d'eventi. Affrontai la laurea sorretta per un braccio da mia madre e per l'altro da mio fratello, con la faccia paonazza e gli occhi gonfi dal pianto, cercando di non farmi vedere dagli altri laureandi, tutti raccolti all'ingresso dell'università. I professori furono comprensivi. Con la destra mi strinsero la mano per augurarmi congratulazioni, dottoressa, e con la sinistra mi offrirono un fazzoletto e le loro condoglianze. Quello che sarebbe dovuto essere uno dei giorni più belli della mia vita è invece il giorno più brutto. Non ci furono coriandoli, festoni, cori, le spumate e le risate. Tornammo a casa in silenzio. Il giorno dopo misi la corona d'alloro sulla sua bara. Aveva 55 anni. La morte prematura di mio padre è stata uno schiaffo in faccia. Ne sento il bruciore ogni singolo giorno. Poi è iniziata la pandemia. Uno schiaffo sull'altra braccia. Passando ore ed ore, giorni e giorni a guardare fuori dalla finestra, ascoltando le ambulanze sferciare su e giù per i viali, ho riflettuto sulla fragilità della vita, su ciò che è veramente importante, su come vogliamo usare il nostro poco tempo. Ricordati che devi morire, memento mori. E così facendo, ricordati che devi vivere. Me lo ripeto tutti i giorni, per non lasciarmi andare, per risvegliarmi dal torpore e per mettere bene a fuoco, per non andare avanti solo per inerzia, ma per spostarmi con la forza delle mie gambe, per salire piuttosto che scivolare. Memento mori, Martina, memento, Martina. E tu che ascolti, tu che leggi, tu che cuci, ricordati, ascoltati, svegliati, rinasci ogni giorno.
Cristina Fedeci.
Sì, ciao, raccontami un po' la tua storia.
Vorrei raccontare, l'anno scorso io lavoravo in ristorante, ho cominciato a gennaio e il contratto allungava, poi in marzo è cancellato perché è cominciato il coronavirus ed è distrutto tutto e non potevo fare più il contratto perché non c'era, il ristorante è stato chiuso, ancora non è aperto. Quest'anno ancora non niente, io sto cercando in giro al ristorante almeno 3-4 ore al giorno, 5 perché c'è la bambina, non sola con lei e non trovo niente ancora. Paghiamo affitto, luce, gas, è troppo sacrificio per fare tutte le cose, che non si trova niente. Almeno orari, dice la bambina 8 anni, manda alla scuola, poi come lavorava il contratto chiamato mi andava bene. E guardiamo quest'anno che arriva qualcosa, che cominciamo, che arrivano i turisti, perché noi si lavorava con le scuole, lavoravano con dei ragazzi, studenti, per ora non c'è niente e speriamo che il virus va via, crociamo le dita e cominciamo a lavorare qualcosa, perché così non può andare avanti.
In quale ristorante eri?
E lavorava in centro, via Cimitori.
E di dove sei te?
Io sono di Albania.
Albania. E cosa avevi studiato prima di venire qua?
Prima studiavo normale, lavoravo in casa, casalinga.
No, ma lo studi che avevi fatto, cosa avevi fatto?
Studio normale.
Normale, ecco, ho capito. Va bene, allora.
Grazie.
Capito. Ciao, grazie a te.
Grazie.
Adesso più pratico di me, sicuro. Allora. Se non vuoi farti vedere la faccia, sto in basso, come vuoi. Ecco, in basso. Allora, raccontami un po' come è successo e tu hai perso il tuo lavoro perché
No,
hai detto
perché 2 anni fa era più tranquillo, era lavoro tranquillamente, no? E quando è venuto il Covid, il ristorante già chiuso, ci hanno perso il lavoro senza lavoro, capito? Ora difficoltà di pagare anche affitto e tutto quanto, è rimasto senza lavoro, praticamente. Guarda che ci andranno amici miei per mangiare tutto quanto e basta, capito?
C'hai famiglia o sei solo?
Io da solo, però mia sorella pure uguale, e lei c'ha famiglia, capito? Mia sorella è bambino, tutto quanto.
E vivete insieme?
Sì, sì, viviamo insieme.
Ma avete da pagare l'affitto?
Sì.
La sorella lavora?
No, pure a me è successo lo stesso cosa con me, capito? Pure lei lavorava come un cameriere al ristorante vicino a Piazza Duomo, uguale.
Avete dei bambini?
Per mia sorella sì, per me no, perché mia famiglia è stessa.
Io ti ringrazio, scusami, va bene? Grazie tanto.
Va bene, grazie. Ok.
No, se vuoi aggiungere qualcosa?
No, niente, sì, non posso più fare. Grazie mille.
Grazie a te. Non ti prendo. Raccontami un po' la tua storia.
Allora, come io ho perso lavoro da un anno, diciamo un anno di un mese così non lavoro, perché guarda l'hanno chiuso il ristorante per colpa di coronavirus, purtroppo siamo in difficoltà. Ce l'ho 2 figli e sono in difficoltà per il momento, non c'è niente da dirlo così e basta.
Raccontami da dove vieni, da quando sei arrivato.
Io vengo dall'Algeria, ce l'ho quasi 30 anni qua.
Sei arrivato 30 anni fa qui?
Sì.
Sempre a Firenze?
Dal 92.
Sempre a
Sì,
Firenze.
sempre a Firenze.
E cosa hai fatto? Sei arrivato solo con la famiglia?
Sì, solo. Sei venuto solo?
Solo?
Sì. Regolari, tutti regolari, così poi ho fatto documenti qua. Ho venuto con passaporto, visto, capito? Poi se quando ho perso il visto qua, dopo 3 mesi, poi è stato quasi 3 anni senza documenti, poi ho fatto la legge di 95, ho fatto documenti di 95, poi da 95 fino a ora sono regolari, capito?
Dove vivi?
Vivo qua a Firenze.
Sì, lo so, ma una casa?
Sì, vivo in una casa, sì.
Un appartamento solo?
Prima sì, ora ce l'ho due figli e la moglie. Con la moglie e i bambini.
Ho capito. Tua moglie lavora?
No.
Non lavora, ho capito. E vuoi aggiungere qualche cos'altro?
Basta così.
Basta così,
Sì.
ti ringrazio.
Ok, a lei.
Ciao.
Cats on the balcony, joining the bird song. Harmony with church bells, they try to sing along. Shutters creaking open, sun landing on my skin and on my lips. Prayer of thanks for this place that I'm in. Carry me to my home. Carry me to this place I've come to call my own. And when I'm far away, I feel you every day. Carry me, just carry me away. High heels and leather boots, clicking on cobblestones. Rush for morning coffee from Florence down the road. Oh, we gather at the counter. The barista knows my style, and every cup is guaranteed a greeting and a smile. Voices overflowing like cappuccino foam. Luca's shouting orders, Francesca's on the phone, and words as thick as honey that linger on my tongue, like notes of a new melody. I'm learning one by one. Portami, nel posto che è casa mia, se non sono lì, sempre con me. Carry me on, carry me away. The afternoon gets quiet, the mercury is hot. Everything is boiling like pasta in a pot. Buildings turn to ovens, baking in the heat. The sizzle of the pavement, all right below my feet. It's sunset by the river, flirted with the breeze, rushing by my shoulder, then running like a tease. The chill of a prosecco, gelato cold and sweet, laughter in the open air with friends I'm sure to meet. Portami, nel posto che è casa mia, se non sono lì, sempre con me. I say carry me out, carry me away. Carry me to my home again. Carry me to this place I've come to call my home. And when I'm far away, I feel you every day. I said,
In a conversation this week about the pandemic as a portal, Arundhati Roy talked a little about what time feels like these days. Do we have a present? Sometimes it feels as if we don't have a present, as if there's a past and there's a future. We have echoes of the past and a premonition of the future. We're trying to stitch our past to our future and we can't because the present is ruptured. And of course there's much to unpack in all of that, but also, as Jean suggested, to think otherwise of. For there is a kind of present here, even if it's a present we can't feel or can't articulate feeling. Like when a small child is feeling anxious or resentful or even joyous and doesn't know how to tell you, doesn't even know how to tell himself for that matter. It's a present right now, and we're having trouble with it. But someday it will be a past, and then what? What will we make of these days in which we have found, inevitably, some things that make our lives almost beautiful, or anyway, real? The sformantino from Vivanda, all wobbly in its biodegradable box, Pietro a todo modo, passing books to you through the little sportello they had cut carefully out of the wood-panelled entrance to the store. Tiny things that make our lives almost beautiful.
Sunrise fills the morning sky, yet I turn away. Just another market, just another day. Tried to look at the moon, but when I did I cry. I could feel your eyes upon me, and I hope you could feel mine. We missed 100 kisses, cried 100 tears, lost 100 sunsets, gained 100 feet, tossed and turned 100 nights, ate 100 years, but we're still here, we're still searching for connection, smiling with our eyes, covered up expressions, masking what's inside, longing for a loved one, maybe longing for a friend, longing for that someone whom I never see again. We missed 100 kisses, cried 100 tears, lost 100 sunsets, gained 100 feet, tossed and turned 100 nights, ate 100 years, but we're still here, we're still here. Silent isolation, as we did before, naked as these feelings, naked as before, gazing up at the heavens, yeah, I'm counting all the stars, wishing on the brightest one, bring you to my arms. We missed 100 kisses, cried 100 tears, lost 100 sunsets, nights, 8100, we're still here. We're still here. We're still here. We're still here. We're still here.
Mi chiamo Claudio e la mia storia è come tante. Il Covid, coronavirus o pandemia ci ha portato via tante persone, ma non solo. Ci siamo trovati ad affrontare un periodo lungo dove ci è stata tolta la libertà di fare molte cose. Questo ci ha portato a pensare molto ed anche a scavare dentro di noi. È stato un periodo dove siamo dovuti stare chiusi in casa e dove le prime cose di cui ci siamo accorti sono state che il mondo viaggiava troppo veloce prima. Infatti ci è stato chiesto di fare sempre di più, ma siamo arrivati alla saturazione. L'uomo ha dei limiti in fondo e che abbiamo bisogno di contatto. Stare con gli amici, condividere. Addirittura abbiamo creato comitive per cantare dai balconi e condividere qualcosa con gli altri vicino a noi. Perché? Perché in fondo l'uomo era fatto per stare in branco, no? Con il tempo, poi, la situazione sanitaria sembrava migliorasse e dalla forzata convivenza 24 ore su 24 è emerso che in fin dei conti quelli che avevano giurato finché morte non ci separi non dicevano poi veramente sul serio e che andrà tutto bene lo si può dire a un bambino di 3 anni, non a una popolazione adulta. E poi, dopo aver sentito la predica dell'ennesima persona che ha però il suo stipendio garantito, verso chi ha perso cari, lavoro e molti soldi, siamo tornati ad essere gli individualisti di sempre. E, parer mio, probabilmente ad uscirne peggiori di come ne siamo entrati. E poi, non dimentichiamo, c'è da recuperare tutto il tempo in cui non abbiamo potuto produrre, correre, fare di più. Mi chiamo Claudio. Questa è la nostra storia e non ha un lieto fine, perché è già andato tutto a puttane, ma ancora non ce ne siamo accorti.
Today it was more peaceful to sit in my chair than to talk. This is new for me, that the body can be a sanctuary again. This is something very new. Deep down I've held the goal to be invisible, able to vanish at any time. I want to be able to disappear in a moment. But this fibroid, it's forcing me to get very real. So now the hospitals in and around Florence are all blocked. My health service card is for illegal people, so private clinics aren't an option for me. To be caught in a safety net when you feel that you have no right to be safe. And this ability to disappear is a kind of illusion of safety. This giant lump that has grown and grown and grown inside me, it's forcing me to acknowledge that I need other people. They have to cut it out of me. Every day my stomach is bigger. I'm watching it grow. So they're finding a way to operate in the middle of a pandemic. There has to be a way for me to be here in this place that I now understand is home. I don't know how you say thank you to the people who help you for nothing in return. I've been speaking to other women around the world and they tell me that their fibroids are also growing. The wombs of the world are expanding together, like we're all just swallowing the chaos. My scar will be the same as women who've given birth. Once the lump is gone, I wonder, can it just take everything away with it? It's a pandemic. I need surgery, and here is where I chose to stay. So I know this place is home to me.
Mi sono ritrovato allora, la prima esperienza mi sono ritrovato con chi tra l'altro mi ha insegnato a me questa applicazione. Sono ritrovato ospite di questa ragazza in Germania che dice: te sei una pazza scatenata, perché ospitare 3 ragazzi italiani e non avere il fegato. E fu bellissimo perché io dissi: ma è meravigliosa, questa ci mette da dormire a casa sua, ospitare 3 ragazzi da sola, una ragazzina di 20 anni. In Germania eravamo ad Amburgo, io avevo un fegato 2 palle quadrate, è andata bene perché meglio di noi non poteva trovare, quindi e alla fine lì mi ha fatto capire tante cose, dissi cazzo, guarda questa che testa e che poi carattere, che poi noi alla fine potevamo anche essere dei mostri, cioè, non c'era mica scritto che eravamo, cioè c'erano un par di foto, qualche recensione, ma in fin dei conti a livello umano non c'era stato grande dialogo, invece aveva captato un po' il segnale e gli si ispirava fiducia. Fu bellissima un'esperienza, siamo stati da lei 4 giorni, un'esperienza molto carina, poi da lì l'ho riportata ai miei amici, sono stato diciamo un po' un fautore di questo gruppo perché dicevo cazzo, bisogna farlo, una cosa pazzesca, pum, mi hanno dato retta e poi ci siamo divertiti tanti. E poi è stato bello perché è stato un crescere di cazzate, di esperienze, di studiare cose, ma cose tipo si faceva l'aperitivo di benvenuto, la cena a sedere ci doveva essere uomini donne, un uomo una donna perché si doveva rompere i blocchi d'amicizia. Poi si faceva il gioco alcolico per dare un po' di enfasi all'atmosfera, si faceva la discotechina perché poi dopo la gente un pochino si lanciava anche poi mica tutti partecipavano perché c'era gente e poi c'era chi andava a fumarsi qualche sigaretta fuori, chi si metteva a vedere, che sarà il primo posto dove si faceva gli eventi, una villa pazzesca a Comeana, e quindi c'era gente che si metteva anche a fare delle conversazioni platoniche, a vedere le stelle, era una cosa. Era uno ostello a gratis e si creava noi, nel nostro stile, nel nostro modo di fare all'italiana, e questo era il top del top.
Che cosa sei cambiato per questo?
No, a me più che altro mi ha drogato questa cosa, perché poi alla fine a livello personale se io esco con una persona del posto e entra nel solito routine e sa fare, che ti posso dire, tiene l'attenzione determinate cose, come può essere l'uscitina di qui, la domenica di qua, il ritrovo di là, la fotina su Instagram in questa maniera. Cioè no, io sono cresciuto fuori dagli schemi, quindi ho bisogno di persone fuori dagli schemi che mi danno soddisfazione. E ora, dopo questa esperienza è passata, e poi ora, diciamo, come ho detto, Firenze non è più come una volta, era già cambiata anche nel 2019. Un po' orfano di quel periodo lì, ma non tanto perché sono nostalgico, ma perché mi manca la stessa sensazione. Non è essere nostalgico, perché nostalgico è quello che vive bene, che pensa sempre, una volta giocavo, ero forte, no? Non è così. Nel senso, uno si ricorda dei momenti in cui ha toccato l'apice e cerchi di nuovo una situazione per ritornare a quel sistema lì. Poi non è detto che siano gli stessi metodi, gli stessi mezzi, però te devi riuscire a livello di testa a ricrearti quel paradiso lì. Non è semplice. Io personalmente l'anno scorso, anche a livello così, per vari motivi, cioè varie cose, mi sono riuscito anche a conoscere persone anche un po' che viaggiavano qua, nonostante viaggiatori non ce n'era. Poi mi hanno ridato ossigeno, poi ma non è tanto perché uno è esterofilo, perché a me, diciamo, una ragazza fiorentina ha visto il mondo e è di mentalità molto aperta, mi sta bene fermentare e conoscere e vedere. Però ti dico, a livello personale, quando conosco una persona che è molto rutinaria, che ha uno stile di vita che praticamente è ripetitivo, un po' mi manca l'ossigeno, perché poi la cosa bella di quel periodo lì era che non c'era schemi. Oggi ti arrivava 20 persone, ne so, un po' 2 dalla Nuova Zelanda, 1 dalla Russia, 3 dal Giappone, era tutto, sembrava giocare ai mondiali, e quando poi ti ritrovi a ragionare di cose pallose tipiche di qua, ti casca le palle perché eri abituato a sentire storie incredibili. Magari con quell'applicazione uno pensa, dice, ma ci vengano gli scappati di casa, vedi un becco di un quattrino, invece no, ti capitava di incontrare gente, magari la figlia di un milionario americano, o ti capitava di incontrare, che ne so, come è successo, una funzionaria del governo croato che la usava couchsurfing, che si è conosciuto delle personalità incredibili. La figlia di diplomatici americani non ci ha voluto dire chi cazzo erano sui genitori, però ci diceva, io viaggio su couchsurfing, ma io voglio stare con voi perché avevo un profilo da pazzi. Poi mi hanno messo io a fare un po' graficamente questo cazzo di profilo, e poi alla fine era risultato carino, un nome stupido però geniale, e questa era l'arma in più, che era l'improvvisazione però mescolata anche alla cultura italiana, quella vincente, che è quella un po' artista, un po' ristorativa, un po' d'ospitalità, siamo un po' anfitrioni, cioè, ora ho detto anche così, però abbiamo questo stile di saper da spettacolo, e questo era l'arma vincente. Poi a vivere, io in questo momento di lockdown mi manca l'ossigeno, perché una vita così non me la immaginavo di arrivare a finire dopo tutta questa esperienza di vita fatta anni fa, che uno tocca l'apice come nelle curve dell'economia, tocchi l'apice e poi tocchi il fondo, però il fondo uno sperava di toccarlo prima per poi ritoccare l'apice, invece quando tocchi il fondo dopo aver toccato l'apice batti più forte, cioè il colpo che batti è più forte, è più doloroso, e quindi bisogna capire anche realmente come riuscire a rialzarsi, e non è semplice. Quindi non lo so, se devo continuare ancora, non so, dimmi te, fammi una domanda, via, su, vuoi finire? No, dai, dopo 11 minuti di monologo posso continuare, avevo un soprannome, poi te lo dirò in separata sede. Comunque, nulla, poi ogni tanto io sono un amante di foto, quindi foto e video, ma non tanto foto e video che giro con la Nikon da professionista, no, io mi sono sempre focalizzato nell'avere ricordi belli, e ho tutto il periodo della mia vita foto e video di tutte le cose più belle o anche normali, così per ricordo. Sì, in questo periodo qui ogni tanto toccava fare una marcorda per cercare anche un pochino di darsi forza e dire bene, io ora stiamo vivendo come della mebe, domani si spera di ritornare a fare qualcosa, e magari uno guardava quello che aveva fatto un po' in passato per ridarsi forza. Questo è... E quando riguardo tipo queste foto, questi video, anche relativi a queste feste e queste cose qui, cioè a livello personale mi rendo conto che ora sono un'altra persona in questo momento, poi anni fa no, in questo momento, perché questo lockdown è stato come, diciamo, non lo so come si può dire, una trasformazione di Superman, però Superman si trasforma per diventare Superman, e io mi sono trasformato al contrario, da Superman sono diventato normale, quindi questo è un grande problema. Vediamo, Firenze, che io l'ho amata tantissimo, lo Stato di Prato l'ho amata tantissimo, perché a Firenze tutte le volte venivo mi sembrava di stare in ferie, in vacanza. Negli ultimi anni, già dal 2019, non mi dava più la stessa sensazione, e mi sento un po' a un percorso di vita finito, perché non è più come tutti i cicli, quando finisce un percorso bisogna andare a livello successivo, quindi sono alla ricerca di livello successivo, vediamo un po' quello che si arriverà a fare. Comunque spero di essere stato esauriente. Vai, stop. Stato bene?
Lì ho capito che chi ha più di un figlio Dio non deve dividere il suo cuore, ma questo si ingrandisce ogni volta. I looked at the blood without feeling. I merely observed the damage done to my outer shell that would heal on its own with time. Where is the burial ground for the lump they took out of me? I would like to visit my own remains and bring stones and a coin for the ferryman. What do I want to do today that will make me happy? And it hit me. I could not remember asking myself that question. My whole life was always centered around making others happy. Our small apartment in the old Trano has been a relief, a retreat from everyday stresses. Jars of wine and blood in the earth. To remember, to listen, day 2, at the end of hour 14.